They've taken away the HDMI. The HDMI.
So you need to do that.
Well,
I say the presentation when you start when you start giving that
which one? Which one is that?
presentation just like the presentation you sit after presentation then answer question.
Did you come? Did you come for us to do it?
I don't know this is people.
Sir.
I think that's the only thing you start now.
Mm.
You are trying to make capacity. You know, they are part of the capacity.
I mean, I don't have time. You after today, I just want to keep some. The way you did the notes. This is the notes from. Uh-huh. So when you say the keynote, this is a good platform. Farmers are to double their productivity and yields. In order to buying companies do not have any ideas regarding child labor. And for instance, they buy cocoa from so I just needed a key point because when you look at this one, we say that the recap. Yes, I just needed that one. So now I don't know which one are the key issues.
I was thinking you go through them, pick some things because these ones I see it to be relevant. That's why I included them. So just highlight some of them. Just we can't read all.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying. I'm in my head. It's just ringing.
You can't read all.
Yeah. Where's the mic? Where's the?
You have a template. You have a template to do this. The report we are going to get. So you just want that activity report.
What time do you say we are starting? Hey. The one I'm just doing. Production. Okay. But no,
just so that one we can't read down. Instagram.
Patrick, Patrick, Patrick. Yeah, let me see. Tell Fidel to send me his presentation. No, just let it be there. Through email. I'll just use it. Okay. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. You are welcome to our second day of our conference. We are behind time. We propose to start at 8:45 and have our presentation, our first presentation at 9:05, but we are well behind time. It's 9:39. Can we have somebody to open our session with a prayer so we can proceed? Need a volunteer to open the meeting with a prayer.
Mama yɛ mɔmpae Awurade yɛda wase sɛ ɛna nɔpa yi watumi ama yɛtumi asɔre a bibia ntumi anto obia na yɛtumi aba bɛhyia mu biem badwumadi yɛ ba bidi ɛnyɛ Awurade yɛda sɛ ɛna nɔpa yi watumi ama yɛtumi asɔre a bibia ntumi anto obia na yɛtumi aba bɛhyia mu biem badwumadi yɛ ba bidi
joining today's conference. So if we could have those new persons introduce themselves so that we can know who they are and where they are coming from. Tell anyone to tell them to correct that it's annoying. The green one is still playing house. If not, they should just put it up.
I'm Raymond Usuachang from Conservation Alliance.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again, and apologies for being late. I had issues with my light. Great. So probably a quick recapping of what we happened yesterday, and I've just been informed that unfortunately for us, I don't fancy hearing myself again. It's not nice. It feels like we are in the law court. Anything you say, you need to be careful or it will be used against you. Is it better now? Thank you, Nana. Great. So probably just a small kind of correction in our, not corrections, but amendments in our program before we continue, because I've been informed that our regulators, the Cocoa Board, are unable to join us today. We were really hoping they will be able to join us. They might not be able to join us today. Yes, and so what I suggest is, I mean, at the end of the day, they are the policymakers, and so Nana, if we can make notes of this, at the end of after today's session, we will put the report from yesterday and today, then develop a communique, then we'll make it available to the Cocoa Board. I think that will be more effective since they are not here, and we need them to hear the conversations that is happening here. Because these are the farmers, these are the stakeholders that are working in the space, and it's important that whatever we communicate gets to the regulator. So we will jump the Cocoa Board session. They would have been giving us a presentation on what the Cocoa Board thinks of the living income conversation and matters arising with respect to human rights. So we will jump that. And then we will start with a presentation from Send Ghana, but I think it will be delivered by the president or the chair of Cocoa Abrabapa Farmers Association. And then we will go for snacks. We'll have a bit of questions and discussions, then we'll go for snacks. When we are back, we will hear what is happening at the EU. It's very, very important. And I think yesterday we alluded to that there is a lot happening beyond our shores. Currently, I know that there is a trilogue happening at the EU. The Council, the Commission, and Parliament are meeting to realign their different positions with respect to the EU due diligence regulation. And Fidel will be telling us about what is happening at the EU and what it means for especially the living income conversations and human rights issues. Then we will have a bit of conversations around that. And we will do a small, very short group conversation or group discussions, focusing on the key issues that have emerged as a way of developing our communique. So we will do that short exercise, and we're anticipating that today we might close a bit earlier than we did. Yesterday we left here around 4. So today we might have a terminal lunch. So when we break for lunch, we might be wrapping up. Great. So that looks like how the program is going to go today. Maybe as a way of recapping, especially for Raymond, who wasn't here, I will attempt to recap some of the issues that, okay, I will still do my recap. just to re-emphasize and also to restate some of the very, very good points that were made yesterday. And if you haven't seen it, there is a very good story that has been done by Cocoa Post from yesterday. And I think Akua did a very nice story. Yeah, so it's on the GCCP platform, and you can read it. She captured most of the salient issues that were discussed here. quoted some people here, which is very, very important. And please share. When you get stories, you share with your networks so that it reach far. Thank you very much. So yesterday we started the conversation or the conference with a welcome by the CEO of Send Ghana, and the issues that Mr. Siafa raised have been captured in the Cocoa Post story. And I think the most importantly, that living income should and needs to be treated as a human rights issue. And I think that is very, very important, that in as much as mostly the industry and researchers and others focus on child labor when they are discussing human rights, they also probably sometimes focus on gender, how women are involved in cocoa and all those issues. When we fail to really make it one of those human rights issues is the issue of living income, and that the right of a farmer to live a certain standard of living, to have a certain standard of living, is a right, it's a human rights issue, and that it needs to be treated as such. And for the farmer to be able to have that standard of living, the private sector needs to come to the party and pay a fair and adequate price for the cocoa beans that the farmer produces. And then we also heard a remark from Fidel, who I think another very, very important point that Fidel made was the reference to the minimum farm gate price. How much should a farmer be paid? And he made a reference to a Voice Network research or publication that was done some years ago that suggested that all things being equal, and the economics will tell you that is a very, very important statement, all things being equal, if a farmer receives a farm gate price of about 3,100 Ghana cedis, and the key word is farm gate price, because there are several other prices that are in there's the country price, there's the FOB price, the international cocoa market price. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about what goes to the farmer. That if the farmer is receiving a minimum of 3,100, currently they are receiving in Ghana, they are receiving 12,800, which is equivalent to like about $1,000 or even less. And if we want a farmer to live a certain standard of life that will guarantee that he's able to take care of his household, then that a farmer should be receiving that much. Then we had remarks from Teria, who represented the executive secretary of the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative. And she spoke about how the initiative is working with the governments of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire and trying to ensure that farmers receive commensurate pricing, but not just that. She also spoke about some of the things that the initiative is doing, the dialoguing that they have initiated with the private sector, and the conversations that are ongoing. And I think one key issue that the initiative is also involved in is supply management, which is also on one of the thematic areas that they are looking at. And just before Teria left, she did share with us the statement that had been issued by CCC and Cocoa Board that made reference to the private sector's inability or the private sector quest to buy cocoa from Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire with a negative origin differential, which is leading to, if you have friends in Ivory Coast, you can find out from them. They have the beans packed, but the buyers are not buying because they are not willing to sell at the price that the buyer is asking for because they want a negative origin differential. In the case of Ghana, we don't see it that much because Cocoa Board is the buyer and the seller of cocoa, and the burden is on them to negotiate and to engage with the private sector. And the challenge that we are having currently is that we are unable to get money when we take our beans to the purchasing clerk at the cocoa shed. And so these were some of the conversations that were had. And we had a very, very informative presentation from our friend, and forgive me once again, I always get the name wrong, Owe, from Oxfam, who shared with us a study that they have done, and those who were here. And it was actually interesting when you watch the slides or you listen to him. From their research, the average yield per hectare was around 250, between 250 to 300 kilograms per hectare. Whilst, and just as I was about to say, Amma worked in, whilst most of the estimates that are used by some of the private sector entities in calculating or in doing their living income reference pricing is that you should be doing an average of 800 kilograms per hectare. The actual and the hypothetical, the gap is so wide. I don't know how we are going to bridge that. What I know is that when you go to some parts of the Doma district, some parts of Samra Boy that have been involved in the hand pollination exercise that was introduced by COCOBOT, some of them are doing about 1,000 kilograms per hectare. That I know for a fact. So probably it is possible that we're able to do the average 800, but it will take some work for us to get there, and probably cut down on the use of HPs. And I know that Raymond is here and he's been working on the highly hazardous pesticides, which is killing all the agents of pollination. And so now we are resorting to using hand pollination to do our pollination. And I think another very, very important point that was made from the Oxfam, or that we saw from the Oxfam research, is that most of the international organizations, the chocolatiers and the purchasers of cocoa, they equate living income projects to sustainability projects. So when they come to your districts, your community, and they give you some seedlings, tree seedlings, they introduce you to some alternative livelihoods, interventions. They equate that to supporting you with living income projects, and that these projects do not reflect in the incomes of farmers. And I think that was very, very informative. Then we broke for snack and came back to have a conversation. Our colleague from Fantiakwa Cocoa Farmers Cooperative shared with us some of their experiences with their living income projects. And we also had Amma from Tony Chocoloni also sharing with us some of the data sets and the rationale behind some of the work that they are doing, which was very, very informative for us. And we're hoping that today we will get the fair trade people with us. They shared their reference, their pricing reference document with us. We have it, but it's always good if they are here themselves to speak to the data set. And so we had a conversation around that, and it was very, very informative too, to learn about that. And I think one key point that came was that I think that question was asked by Joyce, that if it's possible to not use 4 hectares. And I think it was explained that the 4 hectares is only just a reference figure, and that for you to qualify to be part of the program, you don't need to have a 4-hectare farm, but just for the calculation's sake. So basically, that was what we did yesterday. and we had a very, very fruitful conversation. I'm sure I haven't been able to say all that was done, but the few that I was able to capture, I have shared with you. There is a video recording which was put on the Ghana Civil Society Cocoa platform. You can always go and take a look at it in your spare time, and you can jot down some of the issues that came up. A lot of advocacy issues came up, and I'm hoping that the communique will capture it and we will pick it up from there and then work with it. Great. So that brings us to today. Without talking plenty again, I will vacate the floor and give it to Chairman Ishmael Pomazi from the Cocoa Abrabapa Farmers Association to give us the first presentation. Thank you.
So sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Obed, before I start, I just want to make an appeal. And I think that we have to look at it. Our friends from Cocoa Board, their continuous inability to join us in some of these discussions is really becoming a worrying situation. We are all in it together. And if there is something that we are not doing right, let us look at how we do our approach to find out if we can always, bring them on board. It's very important. We cannot do these things alone. We need them all the time, just as they also need us. And together, I believe if we're able to always get them on board, it will help champion the cause. I remember in Berlin 2019, when we were fighting for the living income differential, all of us were there. Myself, Obed, you know how I contributed towards that discussion. And at the end of the day, we were able to at least see the LID, coming into force. And we have to make sure that going forward, we always get them. It's very important. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So
We sent out a letter to them, I think 3 weeks ago. We've been following up just to get them to confirm, and we've not gotten any confirmation. Just this morning, I called somebody at the CEO's office, and still there was no confirmation. So based on that, we can conclude that they will not be here, because they were supposed to be here yesterday and also today. So that's my generous response to you. Yeah.
Yes, and probably and Albert, you know this more than me. You have worked in the forestry space way before I even went to forestry school, and that used to be the position of forestry commission some years back, that they were not very receptive to some of these engagements. Unfortunately for us, the Cocoa Board has this hierarchical system that any letter, and those of us who work with them, we know this, any invitation is to go to the CEO before it trickles down, before he assigns it to any other person that they want to come. And so yesterday I was telling Nana Kwesi that from my experience within the forestry space and now at the Cocoa Board space, you always go to the Cocoa Board with 3 different letters. So the main one to the CEO, then 2 blind copies. The one that you are targeting to want to be here, and then mostly to the deputy CEO, Mr. Dr. Opoku, who is very receptive to civil society engagement. So you officially submit the letter to the CEO's office, then you go and have informal discussions with the people that you are targeting to have at the meeting. But they will always say that we are waiting for the CEO to minute the letters before they act on it. Unfortunately, that is how it operates. And we are hoping that as we go along, we will be able to get them. And Chairman, I agree with you. And it's not easy getting the cocoa board. We need them to be here, but it's not easy getting them, especially when it is civil society works. And I have met them in several platforms in sustainability discussions. When and I know Ari is here, but I'll say it anyway. When Ari invites them, they come. When Solidaridad invites them, they come. And there's a reason for that. And you know that reason more than I do.
If you cough, you have to move. All right, thank you very much. So basically, my duty here is to present to us the conference that we had in Kumasi last week, and it was purely farmers version. So at the end of the conference, we had a group session where each session was asked to come out with the concerns, that is the challenges, and then solutions to the challenges, and then contribution from farmers on how to address the challenges that we have identified. So, sorry. I may need you here. So. All right, so basically this is just the introduction of the whole thing. I don't need to worry members here on some of these things. Cocoa's contribution to our GDP, the economy, and all of that. Everybody here, I think, knows that Ghana is the second largest, producer of cocoa. And when we talk about Ghana, at the international level, everybody knows Ghana to be, a producer of good quality cocoa beans. So it's not something new to us. And then we have always maintained a figure of 800,000 being farmers, cocoa farmers, and then family house that we do cocoa. It has always been 800,000. Ever since I joined, I have had a figure of 800,000. And I don't know whether it is going up or it's reducing. Maybe at the end of the cocoa management data that they are taking, we'll be able to know the exact, cocoa farmers that we have in this country. So these are just some of the things that we already are aware of. Basically, it was a one-day conference where we had about 14 representatives, cocoa cooperatives, taking part in Kumasi. And then we also have civil society organizations, the media, as usual, they were there. And then we also have HMB, the HMB being the hot spot intervention management board and then hotspot intervention areas. We had this guy from Kakum, and then I think Kakum and other places. Sorry if I'm not getting these things very well, but I know HIA being hotspot intervention areas that we are actually looking at how to solve the problem of deforestation by planting more trees and community members getting on board on some of these things. That one I know for sure. At the end of the day, the challenges that we look at, we had about 14 challenges, and then we also proposed 12 solutions to those challenges from the group sessions that we had. But what we have done here is to try as much as we can to summarize all the issues that we raised. So we had questions like, what are the challenges cocoa farmers face? What do you think should be the solution? And what are our own contribution to solving those challenges that we have also identified? And then when we ran through, we realized that though we had about group, sessions, but most of the issues were, rotating around. They were basically the same issues. And the first among the challenges that we identified was low price of cocoa in all the group discussions or sessions that we had, we realized that this particular item ran through all the areas. And from yesterday up to today, we are still even talking about low price of cocoa. So we look at the proposed solution to that problem identified, and we said government in setting the farm gate price should take into consideration the rising cost of production as well as the living conditions of cocoa farmers. Not only even government, even at the international level in setting the price of cocoa, we have always championed that you need to first of all know the cost of production. That should serve as a basis for you to know how much you need to pay to the farmer to enable the farmer live a decent living. Decent living here, we are not talking about we also buying V8s or living in mansions. We want just a decent living for every human being. Having a good shelter, being able to pay your children's school fees, 14 medical bills, and meeting the cost of our production. At least once we are able to do this, we think that we should be okay. And that would even help us continue to produce cocoa in the right manner that the industry is looking for. It will help us in doing sustainable cocoa. So it is very important. From yesterday presentations that we had here, we realized that the private sector, they make billions of dollars as profits. But the condition of the farmer, if we are to look at the cost of production and compare with the price per bag that we are paying to the farmers, we realize that almost all farmers are making losses. And this has been captured in the Cocoa Barometer for many occasions, that in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, farmers are not making profit from the work that we are doing. So there is no way we can talk about cocoa sustainability when we fail to look at the issue of the pricing. I've said it several times, and today I'm going to reiterate it. The engine of sustainability is the price. You can't talk about deforestation. You cannot talk about child labor and trying to eradicate these concerns when the price always receives limited discussion. We have to look at the issue of pricing. For me, I believe it will help us solve many of the sustainability challenges. The forest can be protected. Child labor can be a thing of the past. Because when you look at around 2010, 2011, when the producer price, went up, there was a report that child labor in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire had actually come down. And then around 2017, 16, 17, when we also began seeing decline in the production of, the farm gate price, then the issue of child labor came up again. It should tell you clearly that there is that correlation between the price and child labor and other associated, sustainability challenges. So it is very important that we look at the issue of pricing if we want farmers to continue to produce cocoa in a sustainable manner. So that was the first item that we raised. The second one was access to input and financing. So when we look at the issue of inputs, we have Cocoa Board trying to give inputs to cocoa farmers, sometimes on subsidized basis, sometimes to wholesale free. But in any of these arrangements, you realize that farmers don't get what we need. You talk about giving free inputs to farmers, and at the end of the day, some farmers will have more than necessary. Some can't even have a single bag of fertilizer. But when you look at how they set aside money from the farm gate price to undertake some of these activities, you realize that every farmer's cocoa contributes to any amount that Cocoa Board set aside. And at the end of the day, if a farmer in one way or the other does not also have access to the inputs, you are not being fair to the farmer. When the inputs are also being subsidized, you also realize not all farmers are able to also buy. So the question is, at what level of subsidy would be okay for farmers to be able to get these inputs? So when we look at the proposed solutions, we indicated that Cocoa Board should intensify sustainable yield enhancement programs that are accessible to farmers. So if you are talking about inputs, and we know that the inputs, once you are able to even get the inputs, and you don't also undertake the right, good agricultural practices, that has been part of Cocoa Board sustainability, yield enhancement programs like mass spraying, mass pruning, pollination, and all of that. Even when you have the inputs and you go and apply, you may not get the needed results. So therefore, we expect that these programs should be intensified. Plant pollination, about 2 years ago, they started it. We all saw the result. Even Obe just mentioned that in some of the areas that he visited, farmers were making 1,000 kilograms per acre. Per hectare. So it tells us clearly that it was good. But how many farmers actually benefited from it? Majority of farmers did not benefit from it. It's not only about the input aspect. When you look at even finance, how many cocoa farmers have access to financial, credits? How many banks are willing to even assist cocoa farmers when we approach them for credit facilities? So we are also saying that with the input, if government can't continue with either free fertilizer distribution or subsidize whatever that they are talking about, then they should have a review of what they are doing. And if possible, they cannot serve farmers the way we want them to serve us, then it's better they stop spending money on some of these things and add back the money to the farm gate price and let farmers go to market and buy ourselves. Because we have some serious business-minded farmers. Once the inputs are available and the price is also good for us, we'll enter the market and buy on our own and apply. We're also saying that the financial institutions should be mandated to also look at agricultural financing. It should be part of their credit portfolio. As a country, I think that is something that we have to look at, because agriculture, we all know, is somehow the backbone of this economy. But how many farmers actually get financial support from financial institutions? So we have to look at, as part of it could be their corporate social responsibility or any of the services that they render to customers. We must ensure that they also look at that aspect. What percentage of your service or credit is going into agriculture financing? And I believe that if this becomes a kind of mandate, I believe that majority of farmers will be able to access, financial credit to be able to do our farming in a way that we believe would help increase yield and also leave that decent condition that we all want. We are also proposing that there should be training on financial management. If, for example, banks are willing to even lend credit to farmers, there should be that portion of education that tells farmers how to manage, finances, how to do proper investment and all of that. Some farmers, it's not that we don't get money. Sometimes how we use the money is also another issue. So if we also include some kind of financial literacy on how to manage funds, I believe that in a way, if you get inputs on credit or you even receive financial assistance, you will be able to know how to manage, your money. Aging cocoa farmers was also considered to be one of the challenges we are facing. So on the solution, we are saying that government should provide grants for youth who enter into cocoa production. we all know that many youth do not want to enter into cocoa production, not only even cocoa production, agriculture in general. But what are we also doing to drive to motivate farmers to actually go into agriculture? If, for example, there is some grant somewhere that the youth who decide to go into agriculture can access, we believe that it will help, attract many youths into the industry. And we should also have some pension scheme in place. This issue is not today that we are talking about. I mean, it started somewhere in 1984. It was mandated that Cocoa Board should also make sure that they implement pension scheme for cocoa farmers. It's almost 40 years now. And maybe it's this year that we will see the implementation, because that is the discussion that Cocoa Board is throwing out there, that this year they are going to implement the pension scheme. We are in November. Very soon we'll enter into December and the year will end. This year they are saying they are going to start with about 15 districts. So we are yet to see the implementation of the pension scheme. And if my father had, done cocoa farming for several years, he died without no pension scheme, his future income security was not guaranteed, what is the probability that as a youth I would also enter into cocoa farming? Maybe I did, but I'm not sure if it continues like this, my children would enter into cocoa farming. So if we know we have pension scheme in place, farmers have contributed, they have so much money, and when they go into retirement, they are able to access it. And then the cocoa pension scheme in our organization, we have tried this since 2012 up to now. We are doing pension scheme, Cocoa Abrabapa pension scheme. And I think that we have some of our farmers who have made good contribution. I know of a woman at Go, so as we speak now, her contribution is more than 30,000 Ghana cedis. Yes. And it's designed in such a way that it is an informal pension scheme. So portion of it is put into savings and portion is also put into retirement. With the savings, after a year, you can assess it because there will be short-term needs that the farmer is supposed to actually get some money to address some of these needs. That is why sometimes we see that during the off-season, farmers are always falling on the purchasing clerks for loans. So if we have portion of it that is actually into savings and addressing these concerns, I think it's good. I would wish Cocoa Board is able to implement it. It's very good. It will help address some of the issues that we are talking about here. So that we also propose that there should be pension scheme in place to help address the issue of generational discontinuity in cocoa farming. We also indicated that there should be some kind of technology in cocoa production, because when you look at the nature of cocoa farming, everything is so manual and it makes the work so tedious. And to some extent, it does not motivate the youth to enter into cocoa. Ever since Tete Kwashi introduced cocoa into this country, we are still using banana leaves to ferment cocoa. We're still using drying mats to dry cocoa. When you're dry and it's raining, you have no option than to just go gather some people. If you are lucky, you get people to assist you to just go and then cover it up. If you are not lucky, the rain will wet the beans. Look at how we even break the cocoa pods. We're still using that knife to break cocoa pods. We're still using cutlasses to weed. Look at how we do the harvesting. So it is an area that has not seen major technology. And it doesn't really make the industry attractive to the farmers. How many graduates will complete university and then try to go into cocoa production when they realize that they can't even open their palm to show to people when they want to even greet them? Because your palm is so hard and it's even harder than your foot. So these are some of the things that don't actually motivate the youth to enter into cocoa production. So the sector must see some kind of technology. And we believe that it will help address the issue of generational discontinuity. Inadequate agrochemical, fungicides, insecticides. This one is linked to the previous one that I discussed. Because this year, for example, the production was very good. Albeit on several occasions, I even told you that this year production is good. But just after August, September coming to the, October, we all realized the amount of rainfalls that we had. And black pod just attacked our farms like that. In many of the farms, as we speak now, when you go there, there are no pods on the trees. It's not as if these pods were harvested. No, they went bad. And we had to just remove everything from the tree. If we had fungicides available, readily available to farmers, we could have probably protected these pods and harvest them. Once you are unable to harvest, it is going to increase your poverty level. So fungicides and insecticides, though, we have to find a better way of using them. I know the Raymond is here, so the moment we talk about insecticides too much, it's a concern to him, highly hazardous pesticides. But we must also find a way of protecting the pods. Because every pod is $1. So on that aspect, we also said these fungicides should be made available to farmers. There should be a reduction in the prices so that once we go into the market, we'll be able to buy them. Then we also talk about the effect of galamsey on our water bodies and the environment. For this one, I don't think that I need to hammer on this that much, but there is an aspect of it that I need to also share here. Probably we are not looking at all the effects of galamsey. When you look at the water bodies that have been polluted, these are the water bodies that we use to fetch, used to do the spraying. And they are already contaminated. We have no water, available to us. We are forced to still go and use this contaminated water to do the spraying. Right from the start of the flowering, you will see that we have a lot of flowers on the tree. It will get to a time all the flowers will just drop off like that. What is really accounting for it? Could it be that the polluted water that we are using has effect on the trees and the flowers? What is really the cause? We have to go to farms carrying sachet water to go and drink. And when you drink, after drinking, we allow the empty sachet waters to litter around in the farms. These empty sachet water, they don't get rotten. So we allow them to be on the surface of the land, and the roots, tiny roots that are supposed to go and search for the nutrients for the tree, they fall on the rubbers. They don't actually get contact with the soil. So the tree will be there all right, the pods won't come. So it is an area that for me, I think that we have to look at it, apart from the fact that it's destroying the environment, it is doing this, it's doing that, it is really affecting the cocoa trees that have not actually seen the, the mining activities in the farm. Because your water body is polluted and you need to carry sachet water to the farm. When you're also doing spraying, now you have to fetch water from the house to the farm. And you will need a tricycle to carry the water for you. And they will charge you. Already you are struggling to even break even. And you are adding more cost to it. Because you can't use that water. That water has even been cut off. It's blocked somewhere. It's not even draining to your farm. So you are forced to use the Abuboya, who would also charge you. So on the solution, we are also proposing that government should collaborate with traditional authorities. We know that they are also part of the menace. So they have to do collaboration to stop the galamsey. The security agencies should also be up and doing whatever jail terms that are spelled out. Once you offend, irrespective of your powers, your political affiliation, you should be dealt with. And we believe that if you are really serious in fighting the Galamsey menace, probably cocoa farmers, some cocoa farmers will not be forced to sell their farmlands to these illegal miners. All right, so another challenge that we also look at was the competing use of cocoa farmlands. We're talking about rubber, we're talking about palm oil plantation, we're talking about mining. Here I said mining, I didn't qualify it with illegal. We can have legal mining, but the legal mining may end up competing with cocoa farmlands. There are instances where concessions have been given to miners who would go and just destroy the cocoa farms and pay some peanut to farmers, sometimes 20 Ghana cedis per tree, and then just destroy the farms. So it is important in addressing it. We look at when we are giving concessions, cocoa farmlands, where we have cocoa, we shouldn't give them as concession to some of these miners to go and mine there. And we believe that once we're able to do that, any law that is also in place, I know we have Economic Tree Protection Act that protects the cocoa tree. And once we have an act protecting the cocoa tree, nobody should be allowed, whether using fair or foul means, to go and cut down the cocoa. The cocoa should be protected. And we believe that would also help address the problem. One serious challenge that we came across, and is known to everybody in this room, has to do with the issue of climate. Climate has had its effect significantly on farmers. These days, the time you expect rains, you don't get rains, you get sun. When you're expecting the sun to, you're unable to get the sun, you get rain. So which is which? Where do we go? Well, we need the sun to dry the cocoa. To get the quality bean, you need the sun to dry the cocoa. And around September, October this year, in some of the areas, they do always experience early harvest. Around Elubo, Enchi, those areas, they always experience early harvest. They were really struggling to get the sun to dry. Just yesterday in the morning, we are in November, it was raining in the morning here. This is unusual, but that is the situation that we found ourselves in at the moment. So climate is really, really, really an issue. It's affecting our productivity levels. It's affecting almost everything that we are doing. So proposing solution to it, we also indicated that we need to encourage climate smart cocoa farming, like cocoa agroforestry, planting of shade trees, the required number of shade trees in the farms, 6 to 9 trees per acre in our farms. We believe that once we are able to encourage cocoa agroforestry, for example, the pollinators that have naturally gone into extinction, we believe that we may be able to bring some of the pollinators back. And that would help us reduce the effect of the pesticides that we are using. It is always important for the tree to naturally give you the required pause than to go and then do pollination, hand pollination. I don't have any scientific basis to say this, but I've seen farms that were hand pollinated. They have so many pores on the tree as we speak now. When you go there, you don't see even 10% of those pores that we saw previously. We don't see them on the trees. Is it that the pollination has some kind of effect on the cocoa trees? When you force the trees to produce more than necessary, what happens to the tree? I am saying I don't have scientific basis to say this. Through observation, this is what I've come to also see, that most of the hand-pollinated cocoa farms, they are not really struggling because they are not seeing the hand pollination. And if we're able to go by cocoa smart, cocoa agroforestry, for example, that may bring the pollinators back and naturally produce the required number of pores on the tree. I believe that will be fine for us. We're also proposing that there should be significant investment in irrigation. What we've got into is really difficult to rely on the natural, rainfall. But irrigation is also capital intensive kind of projects. How many farmers will be able to irrigate their farms, their cocoa farms? We know Cocoa Board has started irrigation in some parts of, Western North, Central region, but they are on a smaller basis. For farmers to be fully, able to irrigate, it means that the industry must look at investing significantly in this aspect, so that even during the dry season, we will still be able to harvest. Now, it is very difficult to establish new farms. Once you establish a new farm, December down to January, if you are fortunate enough, you may end up getting 10% of what you planted. Those of you who go to the field, ask yourself, do you now see new established farms these days? No. And it is also a threat to sustainability because most of the cocoa trees are already aged. We are struggling to also establish new farms. So if sustainability is anything to go by, we have to look at the issue of investing in irrigation. And it will help farmers to produce all year round. Once you're able to produce all year round, even if the price is not good and you're producing more, you may be able to reduce the poverty levels that we are going through. So the climate change was also an issue, and then the proposed solutions are just what I just explained to you. So these, I think it seems I've jumped one. Sorry. Hey, my brother, I'm struggling with your machine. Where is he? Me say no na. Obi a machine there, ja. Let me see. Let me see here. Whether it's here.
Yeah, that's slide.
Mhm.
And then bring it to project.
Okay.
Yes.
This one. Yeah. Oh, it's already there.
No, click on it.
Okay.
Voila.
Voila. Okay. All right. So another challenge that we also look at was the delay in disbursement of seed funds. Many of the farmers here, some of us who have already sold our cocoa, unfortunately, for some weeks now, we've not been paid. But we know that before the season commences, we always hear Cocoa Board goes for syndicated loan. And we all know the crisis that we are in, and we put all our hope on the syndicated loan. So is it that the money is being used to solve the economic challenges that we're going through at the moment? The money is for cocoa. I'm just trying to tone that because when I talk about this, I talk with passion. I don't understand why we should go for the loan. Cocoa is ready. Already, you know the situation of the farmer is not good. We have sold the cocoa. You are not paying us. Cocoa Board has owed the LBCs, some of them from last season. Within their own mandates, if they buy the cocoa and then give to CMC within 13 days, you're supposed to pay them. 13 days, pay their CTOs to them, 13 days. It has run into months. These LBCs have gone for bank guarantees. Bank of Ghana raised the interest rates. It affected them. If we had paid them earlier, they will be able to pay the banks. Now we sell the cocoa to them, they are unable to pay us. Our laborers are chasing us. Once you are a farmer, you put that cocoa on the weighing scale, your laborers will come for you. They need their money. When they say there is no money. And it is collapsing the local license buying companies. Last year, I know one company that left the system, Royal Commodities, they just stopped buying cocoa. I've talked to some of them. I know this year, if the trend continues, some will still go down, some will collapse. And we've given opportunity to the foreign LBCs to buy the cocoa. Because some of them don't depend on the Cocoa Board seed fund. They need the beans for their factories. So they will come and buy everybody's cocoa. This situation is very bad. I would have wished they are here. If they are not here, you should find a way of letting them hear it. Because the situation is very bad. I can't sell my cocoa for months and I'm not getting paid. I don't understand this. It's the biggest challenge as we speak now, farmers are facing. So we are proposing that Cocoa Board should make sure the seed fund is available before they commence the season. You can't come and announce the cocoa price when you know you don't have money to pay. When farmers had hoarded the large crop cocoa, because some had information that the price was going to go up, and there was that hoarding. They released the cocoa, and as you speak now, some have not been paid still. So we are proposing that if they don't have the money, they can extend the October announcement. But we don't even want them to do that. Make sure you have the money, you come and make the announcement. Then we also release the cocoa, you buy, you pay us. It's as simple as that. Another challenge we also encountered was the weighing scale adjustment fraud. These initially were using the manual weighing scales. We talk about this. There was the promise that there is going to be a digital that is non-adjustable. Unfortunately, we have the digital in the system, but they are adjusted. Yes. All of us here, we know our weight. You weigh yourself and go and stand on that, just how do you call it, those digital scales, and weigh yourself and see. They are adjusted. So it's not about the digital, it's not about manual, it's about continuous monitoring to ensure people conform or comply with standards. So we are also proposing solutions that there should be continuous monitoring by standard authorities on the usage and compliance by LBCs and their agents on the weighing scales. Another challenge we also encountered was lack of infrastructure in most of the cocoa growing communities. The issue of child labor is always linked to some infrastructure deficits in our rural, communities. We don't have schools, the road network is so terrible, no social amenities, and the only, pleasure available, we all know, is what we do, and that results into so many things. So we're proposing that we know that there is something called cocoa roads. And part of the money is always used to construct some of these roads. We are saying the cocoa roads construction should lead to the cocoa growing communities. We don't want to see cocoa road money being used in Adenta. Or constructing cocoa road in, say, Alaba. We don't want that. We want to see the road to Torampine. Those of you who know Mumuni, around Samaboy, there's a place called Torampine. Go there and see the road and that place is noted for cocoa. Cocoa. And the road network is so terrible. Most of the trucks for secondary evacuation, they always get stuck. And when you see the kind of bridges constructed in sometimes these trucks will come, they'll get stuck for some weeks. They have to bring another truck to come and offload, and it is adding to the haulage cost. So once you are able to improve on the infrastructure, in a way, you are also able to reduce your overhead cost. The LBCs charge the haulage costs based on some of these problems that they go through in the field. So improve on the infrastructure, build schools so children can have access to education. It will get closer to them. Our children don't have to walk several kilometers to go and access education. Education is a human right. And once the school is not close to the child, he would definitely be in the house. The father or the mother can't also leave the child in the house. You would have to just take the child to the cocoa farm. You go and see the child there during school days and you say child labor. Worst form of child labor, let me qualify it. It's when you deny the child from going to school. Worst form. But you didn't really look at what actually caused it. So I love the tool from RA, access and address. They say when there is, you identify child labor, assess and address what caused it, and find mitigation strategies to tackle it. That is the best thing. That's the best approach. You don't meet me with my child going to the farm. Once you see the child following me, you say child labor. Maybe that day, there is only one teacher in the school who told the kids that tomorrow I'm going to bank. I won't come to school. And the children can't go and sit there. That is why the child is following the father to the farm. So once we have some of these things in place, we believe that the infrastructure, gap, when we're able to close it, will help actually address some of these challenges that we're going through. Inadequate extension officers. We already have extension officers, community extension officers from Cocoa Board. But when you look at the extension officer farmer ratio, it's not the best. Sometimes one extension officer to about 2. Assuming he wants to go to everybody's farm in a year, how many years will it take the extension officer to visit every farm? If we have about 1:150 farmers, 1:200 farmers, we believe that he will be able to attend to many farms within a year. And they have the technical know-how. It is only when they come to us and tell us the good agricultural practices, things that we need to do in the farm that would enhance productivity, that we can be certain that we are actually learning and receiving training that is really enhancing the productivity. But as it stands now, they just come, organize farmers in churches and in some under shade trees, give you 1 or 2 education, they put something there and tell you when you go to the farm and you say this, do X, Y, Z. Go to the farm, see it yourself and tell me what to do. So we are also saying that we have to look at that issue very well. I'm coming to an end, please. All right, so in all of the issues that we raised, all the challenges that we raised, all the solutions that we propose, we are not saying that as farmers, we don't also have a share. We also have significant roles to play to ensure that we change the status quo, to ensure we are able to get what we want. So among some of the things that we also raise as contribution from farmers, the first point is that as farmers, we should embrace cocoa farming as a profession and not a cultural heritage. Many cocoa farmers don't see cocoa farming as a business. We only see it as my uncle has died and left me there, so let me just take care of it. The needed investment that we need to do to make sure that we get the best out of the farms that we have, we don't do it. So there should be that business mindset that will help us to know how much fertilizer I need to buy, how much inputs that I need to buy, crop protection, the labor aspect of it, keeping records, knowing my expenditure against the revenue. Once you are able to do this, and I'm very sure that if you keep good records of what you are doing, you enter into any bank that assesses what you have and they'll be able to grant you any facility that you want. But the truth here is that if you want to really go by that, you may end up stop farming. And say, if you want to know everything that you do, any amount that you spend on your farm, you end up realizing that, look, it is very true. But it's important, if we want to make any point, if you want to make any argument to support what you are saying, you should have some level of evidence that are documented. So seeing cocoa farming as business requires that we do proper record keeping. We're also saying that farmers should be creditworthy and truthful and pay back input loans and credits. I come from an association where we lend input on credit to farmers with flexible repayment plan. But most of the times, a lot of farmers default. They don't pay. The farmer will harvest dry. If he took the loan from you, PCA, he will not even bring the cocoa to you. He will go and sell the cocoa to PCP. So that attitude on the part of farmers, we must also stop. So many businessmen are ready to do good business with farmers, but we don't show the right attitude that will help us do good business. So we are saying as farmers, we must be credit-worthy, and if inputs are extended to us on credit, we should be able to pay back. Cocoa Board keeps saying that when you take the input, we don't pay them. That's why they are unable to continue to give other inputs. I have my concern about Cocoa Board's arrangement on inputs. It's my own money. So you use my money to buy the input for me, and at the end of the day, you tell me that I should come and pay back. What about when they did it free? So it's not only Cocoa Board doing business with us. We have so many private people doing business with us. They won't care about whatever that you are saying. Take the input, pay for it. The next contribution on the part of farmers was we have to form strong and viable independent cooperatives. Independent is my word here. Many of the cooperatives that we have, you realize that just like Kwame, you said yesterday, they are supply chain kind of cooperatives because they want volumes. Let's find a way of organizing farmers. They are selling inputs. Let's find a way of organizing farmers so we can sell our inputs to them. At the end of the day, if it is formed on this line, it becomes very difficult for you to sustain it once your guarantor pulls out. It becomes very difficult for you to continue. But if we can form our own associations, finance our associations, nobody will be at the back there directing us as to what to do. When you have issues, you can talk about your issues. You don't care whether you are taking inputs from Cocoa Board, you are taking whatever from anybody. You are championing your cause based on what you think is the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, some people are behind these cooperatives and they are directing the affairs of the cooperatives. So we are not strong. We are unable to act like the way Nat, Nagrat, and CCT they are doing. They are in the house. Nobody can force them to go to school. The court says they should go back. They can decide not to go. They have a voice once they are able to make their case out. Farmers, our case is not like that. So the existing cooperatives must also build that kind of alliances, and we have to network so that we'll be able to, put ourselves under one umbrella and then champion our cause. We believe that once we're able to do that, that will be fine. Another point is the illegal mining, and we know some of the farmers, we willingly give out our farm for illegal mining. Some of the farmers even do the mining themselves. So you cannot talk about the effect of illegal mining when you yourself, you are corporate. So we are also proposing that farmers should stop giving out farmlands for some of these things, but it has a link with something somewhere. We're talking about the farmer pension scheme. We believe it's a way of bridging the gap like between the aging cocoa farmers issue we talked about. We want to make the sector attractive. But once there is a policy out there, there is a scheme out there, and we believe it's good, we must roll into it and also make contribution. In our case, for example, we have close to 10,000 farmers, but it's only 3,000 farmers who are contributors to our scheme. It means we still have a significant number of farmers who are not contributing. As it stands, how Cocoa Board started the implementation, I know some farmers would want to resist. You can't talk about something that you think is good. Then once you are being asked to contribute, you begin to find explanations. If we really need it and we think it's good, we have to also make contribution towards it to secure our future income security. That is the only way out to sustain the pension scheme. It cannot be there when there is no contribution in it. Pension scheme has to do with numbers. And then the final contribution on the part of the farmer has to do with our rep on the PPRC, the Producer Price Review Committee, that says the farm gate price for cocoa farmers. We are told we have a representative on the committee. Seriously, I don't know that farmer. I don't know him. And I know many of the farmers here don't know him. You cannot represent us when we don't know you. Before you go there to make any inputs over there, solicit for the concerns of the farmers. If you cannot visit individual farmers, we are not saying go to at least we have some cooperatives. You can fall on the leaders of the cooperative, because we also represent the masses. Let us also share with you our concerns, so that when you go there, you'll be able to speak on our behalf. Whatever transpires there, make sure you also relay them back to us. So that at the end of the day, when the price is announced, it doesn't come as a surprise to us. We already know what went, on during the discussions. So the rep over there, who is a farmer, we're talking about contribution from the farmers. We're saying the farmer should be accountable to cocoa farmers. On this note, I am bringing the concerns from cocoa farmers on the workshop that we had in Kumasi to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for recapping for us, especially those of us who were not in Kumasi, the conversations that you had and some of the conclusions that came up. I know there are farmers here who were also there for that meeting in Kumasi. I think we will give opportunity first for those who were there to add up to what Chairman has said. If there were issues that were discussed that have not been captured here, because the idea is that we are going to put these concerns together and make them available to the Cocoa Board. How we planned the day was for the Cocoa Board to be here as the farmers tell them their issues. But since they are not here, they are saying that if the mountain will not go to Mohammed, I guess Mohammed will go to the mountain. So we will put them together and make them available to the Cocoa Board as part of our communique and our official submissions to the Cocoa Board. So we don't want to miss anything that was discussed in Kumasi. So please, the farmers who were there, if there has been any omissions or there are issues that you discussed that have not been captured appropriately, there's an opportunity for you to add up to it, and then we will capture it and then make it available to the Cocoa Board. So there's an opportunity to add up. Patrick, you have the microphone, right? Excellent. So if you put up your hand, we will bring the microphone. Yes. Please give him the black microphone. The other one isn't good. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. I think Chairman has made a very nice point, but then he made mention of farmers. We are rain-fed agriculture people because we depend on the rain. I've forgotten that there was even a machine. I mean, a rake. If I talk about rake, the machine that drill boreholes and other things. We did a program in the Western North region during our tour, and then I saw this machine. The machine is working, just that it is there getting rotten. That is the rake. It is in the Western North. They are not using it. I even have it. I have a short video on it. So I'm so surprised and shocked that the Cocoa Board are not here, because it is our money that maybe they use for the machine, or either they rented it or they bought it with our money or so. I don't know. But then the machine is still there. And then they are telling us that we should use this bottle as a drip, whatever, to get water and the rest. I think Cocoa Board, They are not doing well at all. Seriously, very soon we will come to the end of the slave crop. That is the cocoa, all because what is happening, it is very heartbreaking. So please, Chairman, add that one to it so that to get to cocoa board, that the machine at the same day, so what is the machine doing there? Why is it that they've packed the machine for years and it is not working? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention. Yeah, Mr. Saidu.
Yeah. I think a point was made, and to add to that, that cocoa farmers should do their work as see the cocoa farming as business. And I think that one aspect that will contribute to that is the way the farmers are paid now. So somebody said, if I go to the bank, they ask you, you're a cocoa farmer, what's the quantum that you produce? You see, so that if the farmers are paid through the banks would already know. So that it will add to the business aspect so that the banks can assess you and then also be able to readily give you the support you need. At the moment, the monies are given to the farmers directly. So somebody suggested that if an arrangement, proper one, if you look at the whole system, make it easier for the farmers to take their monies through the bank. I think this should be something that will also support the business outlook of cocoa farming.
Thank you very much. Maybe just probably a quick follow-up on the point that Mr. Saidu just made before Nana Kwesi, I saw your hand up. Doesn't or wouldn't the passbook, because I know my grandmother had a passbook that when you go and you give your cocoa beans to the PC, there's that passbook that you fill. Can't that passbook pass as evidence of your productivity level, what you're able to produce? Wouldn't that suffice? Mr. Saidu has just stepped out, but I saw that, Chairman, you were nodding. I guess you have information on that. Can you help us? So that, because we have had conversations with Cocoa Board and the argument they make, and when I say we have had conversation, I remember when they set up, and Doreen, you were part of that committee, that cocoa management system, civil society, Cocoa Board meeting. I think we had just 2 meetings, maybe. But the idea was that they are developing the cocoa management system, and it's not just for traceability, but it is a whole management program that will also be used to regulate, to manage how farmers are paid. And one of the things, the point they made was that they are more or less replicating the passbook system in a digitized way. So if the argument that farmers are making is that even though we have passbooks and it's been recorded, the production and all that, it still doesn't suffice. When you go to the banks, you cannot use that as evidence to contract loans. Then in that way, how will the cocoa management system and digitizing the passbook also be useful? So those are the devil in me playing the devil's advocate. Forgive me if I'm being too devilish. Yes.
Remove the devil in you. The truth is that when you look at how the passbook is designed, it takes into consideration your expenditure, your revenue, even the chemicals that we buy. Everything is designed out there.
Okay.
But we don't make use of it. Most farmers and the purchasing clerks don't make use of it.
They don't feel them.
But even if we make use of it and we take it to the bank, would the bank be willing, based on this information that we have in the passbook, would they be willing to grant like loan facilities to cocoa farmers? Not even cocoa farmers, farmers in general. When you talk to the banks, they said the risk associated with farmers is so high that when they grant any facility to the farmer, they don't think that farmers will be able to pay back. So they will rather prefer giving loans to like the bourgeois,
Yeah, taxi drivers so that they can go and take their
market women,
Yeah.
those who sell banana and then pineapple and those things. And at the end of the day, they are so certain that they will get their money back. But the cocoa farmer, but to some extent, I also believe that the way we also do our input arrangements from Cocoa Board is also another challenge that accounts for why the banks are unwilling to even give loans to farmers. I can give you a typical example.
Please do.
In our situation, we used to source input from private people, and then we give the input to farmers on credit. The moment there was announcement that is going to be free fertilizer, then our farmers that we have given inputs on credit, they concluded that it is free. And then yeah, we really suffered. We had a huge default rate. So the whole thing is, even if they give you input, they give you money to go and buy input. And at the end of the day, the regulator makes another U-turn to come and also give out these inputs on credit, like free of charge to farmers. The farmers may not even go and pay the loans that they are taking from the bank. So they know, if I don't pay, next year I'm going to get the input from you.
Okay.
But when it's certain that you won't even get the input, and you will still need to do business with the bank, then you will be able to, you can pay to secure the input for the subsequent year.
Okay.
So I think we have to make use of the passbook.
The passbook.
It's very good.
Okay.
Let me give another testimony before you come. I attended an interview. As a farmer, I needed a visa. So when I went to the embassy, they asked me what shows that I'm a farmer. Fortunately for me, I went there with my passbook. The passbook was what actually gave me the visa. But many of the farmers don't even care about the passbook. We'll just go to the purchasing clerk, give me my money, let me go away. So they will take the money, they don't care about what is being recorded.
You need to fill in.
And then tomorrow, when there is an arrangement concerning input or something of that nature, there's nothing recorded, they don't get it, and then
Thank you very much. So the passbook, indeed, it does work, just that we don't utilize it. Okay.
Thank you. On the issue of non-payment of credit to the farmers, one of my observation is that it has been double standard, as Umaji was saying. The politician will come and say, I have given free input to the farmers. So if my own cocoa has been purchased and we have sold it overseas and there is a money and you have bought an input, how do you expect me to come and pay that cost, because it is part of my production? Two, if we were able to come up with our own policy as stronger organization, as Umaji was making the presentation, that we need to form strong cooperatives. I have a card here. This is Fantiakwa Cooperative Union membership card. You have a look at it. We have barcode here. Everything concerning the farmer is there. So if there will be a guarantor for us that we are taking loan from Bank A, B, C. So if there is a default, I'm ready to support, either from Cocoa Board or private sector. Then this card will identify the farmer A from Fantiakwa that he need A, B, C, D inputs to do the work. But if everybody is coming out with his own policy, I'm giving free fertilizers, I'm giving training, we are imposing some of the policies on the farmers which they don't need. So we have to come to a level playing ground, a common platform. The industry players have to come and sit down with the farmers, know their needs, and then we design a format from A, B, C, D. These are the things we put in place to support the farmers. The farmer is doing A, B, C, D. the partner is doing CWE. Then we come to a level playing ground, and the farmer knows you have taken the money from Bank A, so he have to pay it within a certain period. And I think that will work perfectly for us. But if there are a lot of policies hovering around, every year everybody is coming up with his own policy, I don't think it will help us as farmers.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey. Nana Kwesi, your hand was up. Please, can you give the mic to Nana Kwesi? And then I will go to I'll go to William. William, yesterday I saw that I didn't ask your questions. Today I've seen your questions. I will ask your questions for you.
Okay, thank you very much. If you look at the presentation that was made by Chairman, you realize that the issue of child labor and also deforestation was silent in the issues that confront farmers. I'm trying to juxtapose that against the EU due diligence proposals that are coming up and the threats to Ghana's cocoa sector. So my question to the cocoa farmers here is it that it is not much of a challenge, because clearly the 12 issues are issues that came up from all the 4 groups. We have 4 groups. And funny enough, that issue didn't come up in any of the group sessions. Then the second question I have is the challenges that are confronting local processors. It also didn't come up in Kumasi. Yesterday, we had one of us raise that concern, and the fact that we have processors who have organized cocoa farmer cooperatives, and the challenge that the same cocoa that they produce on their farms, they cannot use it. It has to go through Cocoa Board before it comes back. So if we could also discuss that in detail so that we could include in our issues to present to Cocoa Board.
Thank you very much, Nana. I think those are very, very good observations that you made. So Nana, I guess I will turn the table back to you. I wasn't in Kumasi, and I guess you have the notes in Kumasi, so we could add these issues that were discussed yesterday to the issues in Kumasi, and then we can put them together as part of the communicate to Cocoa Board. Alfred and Raymond, then Albert, then we will wrap up this session and then take a presentation from Fidel. And then I will, whilst Albert and Alfred prepares to take the microphone, please let me do this, or else William will come and kill me here. Yesterday, he accused me of not reading his messages. So William Albert Tosu of, I think, AgroEco, he's online, and he has been one of those people who have been online. The whole of yesterday, he was online, and today he's online. And he puts a question. I'm going to read it as he has put it there. He said, I think I miss limited willingness to invest in his or her farm. That can be overcome by land documentation and tree registration, good understanding and arrangements with the chief, more interest of banks to give out credits, loans, more interest of companies to invest in farms, households, because there is no money, no workers, no inputs, fertilizers, pesticides, fungicides, tools, seedlings, training, etc. Yes, I have read it as I see it, but I think the point William is making was in reference to the presentation that was made by Chairman, and that probably somebody just sorry, there's some. I mean, if you have it, whoever is managing the online portal, mine just went off. If you have the questions and the question that William put there, if you can help me get it. Sorry, mine just went off. So maybe Alfred, you can go to your question, and when it comes back, I will revisit it. Alfred, the microphone, please. Yes, okay. So if somebody can read it for us. Oh, voila.
So I think I miss limited willingness to invest in his or her farm. That can be overcome by 1, land documentation and tree registration. 2, good understanding and arrangements with the chief. 3, more interest of banks to give out credits and loans. 4, more interest of companies to invest in farmers and farm households, because there is no money, there are no workers, no inputs, fertilizer, pesticides, fungicides, tools, seedlings, trainings. So that's the point from, is it William? Yes.
Yeah, William Albert Tosu of AgroEco. Yes, so William, your contribution has been read, so don't come and attack me today. Yes, Alfred, please.
Yes, Ube, thank you. Chairman, thank you for the presentation. So this is not a question, it's a contribution to the communique that we will put out. I think we should demand some transparency from Cocoa Board, the expenditure of the syndicated loan. If Cocoa Board can come out with a detailed expenditure, just like how the finance minister would give out a detailed expenditure of whatever money they've taken from the state and how they've spent it. We should demand that Cocoa Board should come out with a detailed expenditure of the syndicated loan, what the money has been used for. Then we can just oppose it to what is really happening on the ground. So if they say they've constructed road A, we go there and there's no road A, they can be accountable for whatever money they've taken. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that suggestion. And this will be the third time somebody has said that, okay, we are online, I cannot say it. I could have said it in this room, but since we are online, I can't say it. Because somebody inside the Cocoa Board prompted me that civil society, you are doing well, but maybe sometimes you are backing at the wrong tree. You are, in as much as we need to put pressure on private sector to get a bigger size of the cake, how are we also tracking that cake that we get internally? How is the cake being shared? What are the tax components? What goes into the about 10 to 15% deduction that is made before the FOB price is set? And all those, what is it used for? Have we been able to do that checks to see what Cocoa Board uses that money for? And then the about 30% that they take from the FOB before they set the farm gate price, what do they use that money for? And I think moving forward, that should be one of the things that we should also be looking at, that in as much as we pushing the private sector to pay more, we also need to be able to look at what is it that Cocoa Board is using the tax components, the ones that they are picking from the farmer. What do they use it for? And from the presentation that has been made here, the fertilizers are not coming on time. Some of these inputs are not even being supplied adequately. And I went to a community and they told me that they gave us 3 or 4 bottles of the pesticides. How are we going to share it? So they kept it in the room. They didn't even use it. And so these are the real situations on the ground. And so Alfred, that point is well noted. Thank you. Great. Are there, yes, Albert, please. It's Albert, then Kwame, and then Raymond. Raymond, I almost forgot about you. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm also going to talk a bit about what Alfred just said, but from a different perspective. But I'd like to start from one of the comments made by the chairman in his presentation, and that's on the fact that cocoa farms are dependent on the natural rainfall. And just to emphasize that the more you continue to sell cocoa farms for Galamsey, the more you create issues, climate change, climate impact issues that will come back to affect your the issues of rainfall patterns for cocoa. So what are the cooperatives doing about those cocoa farmers who are selling their cocoa farms for Galamsey? Because you are shooting yourself in the foot by allowing that to happen. Now, transparency in pricing is one of the things that we've been talking about. And I don't know the extent to which there's transparency in pricing in the cocoa sector, but I do know that it's very transparent in the timber industry sector.
Mm.
We have a formula that is in the law for calculation of stampage fees.
Mhm.
And therefore, everybody knows what to expect in terms of stampage fees for every timber species. The prices are there, they're in the law, they are open, and everybody knows. The same goes for SRA calculations and all that. They are all very, very transparent. I do not know how this feature within the cocoa sector, and that if it doesn't, that's one thing that we have to be pushing for along the same lines as Alfred just talked about. Because if we are pushing for how do you call it, more income for cocoa farmers, should the industry, the market, increase or release, make more money available to cushion cocoa farmers, and that passes through Cocoa Board, how do we know that, or how do we ensure that that money gets down to the cocoa farmers and is not used up because there's lack of transparency in how monies are disbursed and things like that? And then when I link all this to the fact that we have a hole that we are feeling through syndicated loans and all that, and therefore whatever cocoa beans that are produced are to fill those holes, then it kind of just gets me deflated. And so how do we deal with that? So I think one of the areas that we actually need to be looking at is what Alfred has said. How do we ensure transparency? How do we really disentangle ourselves from this whole issue of syndicated loans so that the future can be bright for cocoa farmers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. Kwame, Raymond, and then I'm told snack is ready. Then we can prepare. Okay, so we'll take Nanaya Rubin, then we'll go for snack, and then we'll come and take Fidel's presentation. Yes, Kwame.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for your presentation. In your concluding remarks, you make one point that I think as a platform and also as civil society and the farmers, we need to carry that message to the community, the farmers. That is cocoa farmers considering farming as a business. Most of the cocoa farmers have taken cocoa as a way of life. And I think over the years, to some extent, we are also pampering farmers in the sense that farmers think most of the challenges that they face need to be borne by somebody. And yesterday, following the conversation, when Amma made her presentation, and he made a reference to the fact that they are supporting farmers to improve their living conditions. And he mentioned that 25% need to be supported by farmers. I think a lot of people were at Amma that the cocoa farmers are doing cocoa for 100%. And why do you want the farmer to go and do another 25%? The issue is that most of the farmers think even all the inputs that they have, all the things that they have after harvesting cocoa, some of the basic things that they need, they need to be given by somebody. And I think we need to change that perception there, that the farmer need to consider their farm as a rare business and make rare investment in them. And somebody will come and support you. It's not that maybe every time farmers want to see the government as somebody who should come and solve their problem. I think that's not the way to go. Because as in much as we want to support the advocacy of making fair prices for farmers, farmers need also to include their production levels. Because if you take the typical farmer in Ghana, each farmer is having at least 2 acres of cocoa farm. And if things continue to be the way things are, farmers will harvest about 3 bags per acre. And even if we raise the bag of cocoa to 2,000 per bag, so farmers will also be poor because the 3 bags will not be sufficient for the farmer. So I think the issue of cocoa farmers taking cocoa as a business is something that everybody here needs to carry that message to the farmers that, oh, yes, we know the prices are not good, but you need to also be serious with whatever that you are doing. I think we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwame. I think yesterday Amma re-emphasized that point, that fragmentation of farms is one of the problems of the farmer. And the fact that the farmer keeps breaking the farm size into smaller pieces, giving it to the first wife, the second wife, and all that. Children, okay, the first child, second child, third child, and now the farm size becomes smaller, and it fills the litmus test of becoming a business, and it's only a way of surviving. And that point is well noted, and I think we'll consider that in the final report. Raymond.
Thank you. I think during the Kumasi workshop, there's one clarification that I want to make when it comes to the pesticides. And it should be emphasized that it's approved pesticides, because that's what Cocoa Board has been providing. And that's why we said that if farmers' income is increased, then they will be able to do it. So we have to emphasize on it, that approved ones. Then when it comes to the point that Chairman also made, it's very important that when it comes to development around the cocoa growing areas, it's really important. Farmers can be paid all the fair price that they have to be paid. And if we don't have development going into the communities, it then becomes extremely difficult for them to also enjoy whatever amount that they have been paid. So those living income monies that will be paid should also be tied with development within the communities, which is very, very important. Because if a farmer is paid maybe the fair price that he wants, and he goes and there are no schools, the rules are bad, he will come back again and also complain that so he's having an issue. Then the third one, that is a suggestion, that when it comes to the points, if you could have thematic focus for the points so that it becomes easy whenever we are doing our communique. We have environmental aspect of it, production and economic aspect of it, and social issues. So when it comes to the communique, if we have those thematic areas, it becomes easy for someone to reference it. Thank you.
Okay, well noted. So the challenges should be categorized, put in thematic areas. Well noted. I think we will come again. React. Okay, so the reaction. Ruben, do you still want to ask a question? And then Madam will have the last word, then we go for lunch.
Listening and watching the challenges, and I'm realizing that, in fact, our farmers, we have issues. The issues are very, very many. So it's just a suggestion I'm bringing on board. Going into the communique, what will go in and what will not go in. At the end of the day, we should also think around it. If we want to put all these challenges in the communique, which one should Cocoa Board address and which one shouldn't they? But again, I'm speaking as a communicator. If you put this voluminous information out, we may not get results. The journalists will just pick a small portion. And then, for all you know, but maybe you are very interested in living income. Obeja living income matter. No, acquire something small on child labor, because that's where it's, topical these days. So let's strategize and agree which of these issues is very pressing, and we want it to go into the communique and elaborate on it and push the communique so that you are, as a journalist, you are forced to publish what you have. But a year, baby, you give me the opportunity to choose what I want. And so that's why I'm just buttressing on what Raymond said, so that we can. It's not possible.
Thank you very much, Ruben. Well noted. Ishmael, you will respond to it. Then Madam will have the last word. Then we will go for snack.
All right. To Kwame just mentioned that he feels we are somehow over pampering farmers. I also keep hearing some of these things, but the truth is, how did it start? Our forefathers were not getting the things that they claim we are getting today, but they were doing a lot of things. They had their own solo machines. My father would make sure that before the season commences, he has his, the inputs available. The akate, the solo machines, those things were always available. Then you got to a stage, some people just got up to say, we'll give you this, we'll give you this, we'll give you this. we are not forcing them to give us anything. We are not forcing them to give because they are unable to even give us. So I also agree with you to some extent that those things should stop. If only they would translate into the farm gate price, I'm okay with it. Because I don't see why you promise me, use my own money to promise me something that you can't give me. And at the end of the day, you use it for your campaign, purposes. And we have to. I agree with you that those things should stop. If only they will have the political will to stop it. That would be fine for us because they are not serving us any good. That is what I wanted to, respond to.
Noted. Yes. Madam, please. Microphone, please. I mean, I'm not going to talk about that. And the fact that farmers have been overpumped. Cocoa farmers.
I want to speak peace.
Please do. Okay. Yes, madam.
But the question of Masono said the bland is a noir pepper question. Ne, there may again say, are you farmers, yanti mean get loan? I have a pa. He say, ya cooperative near bank one. Ya were 19 cooperative, ni na bank one. Until a drew by beer, yana sika some adding. Am I? Gimane be so a yam ban yanti mean fire horn dini en ye. Let's say you party a bow. Miss me said I say, more my farmers no young. Yeah, no back say by ya qua yabanye low nibby. Ne yantimi and boy yagimana. Especially yam ban yantimi yagiman. In so ya cocoa for power badunka or fain. Bano ya yiri yamupa ya cocoa for and so ya nibwa for beer. Timidasi.
Yeah, that's let me paraphrase it in English so that our visitors online and those who are here who might not have understood that she will get. I think basically what Madam is talking about is re-emphasizing some of the points that was made by Chairman when he was making his presentation about access to loan. And I think it was also made by Mr. Asid that there is a real challenge for cocoa farmers, especially, and in her case, especially women cocoa farmers accessing loans, and that if that can be looked at so that they can access loan, because the work of a cocoa farmer is labor intensive and they are women, and it's not all the work on the cocoa farm that they can do. They would need money to hire labor, and this money, they need to be able to access some as loans since they don't have any money lying down to use. And so we should work at supporting cocoa farmers, especially women cocoa farmers, to be able to have access to loans. Great. Senior, it's 11:30. Impocho second from an OI.
Yeah, this one is to add up to what I think Kwame, right? Yeah, Kwame said that they are pampering farmers and there is cocoa farmers. Please, we've not asked Cocoa Board to get us laborers to work on our farm. As I'm speaking to you, I have evidence on everything that I say. Cocoa Board, they are not even paying those that they are weeding our farm for us.
Yes.
And now some of the farmers has become, how do you call it, absentee farmers. They are no more even staying on their farmland. They've left the place to the cities, thinking that there's somebody that is taking care of your farm for 2 years, and go and see what is happening. Because they are not paying them, they are also not doing what? Weeding our farms for us. The rehabilitated farms, yes. Okay. And it's a very big challenge. So I think we need to add up to that, because when Cocoa Board said that anything that comes into their mind, then they said, no, let's do this for these people. No, you need to ask us, ask what we want, not what you think is good for us. You can't decide for us. They have been deciding wrong thing for us for so many years. Like what Amelia said, Ajia also said, Ajia, There are billions of dollars and millions of cedis for you women. Somebody sitting in Accra, just enjoying it, milking it, organizing programs and other things for women and whatever, and then you people are not benefiting from it. Please, we need to be very serious because the backbone of our economy, it is this cocoa. When all of us stop producing this cocoa, what will be the future of this country? We need to be very serious, but it seems we are not saying it. We are not coming out with the fact and the truth.
Noted.
Cocoa Board, they are not serious. If they are serious, like they are supposed to be here. Please.
No,
they should at least give us some respect because at the end of the day, we are feeding the country. Without we, there will be no Cocoa Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much I always enjoy the passion that cocoa farmers use. Please, we are taking a 15-minute snack break. Snack is over there, use it to stretch. And when we are back, Fidel will take the podium and talk to us about the EU regulations. 15-minute snack break, please. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, hello. Can we please take our seats? Can we please take our seats so that we can continue and finish early? Okay. Thank you very much, and you are welcome back from. You're welcome back from lunch, snacks. We are going to take a very important presentation this afternoon. Please, those at the back, can you please take your seats, please? Can you take your seats, please? Can we please take our seats? Nanaya Ruben, please take your seats. Patrick, can you please take your seats? Let's have one meeting. I beg of you. Great. Most of the time when we talk about the EU due diligence regulation, the one that we normally talk about is the deforestation. Sometimes it even confuses me that there is also the human rights one that is also ongoing. I think there are about 3 of them. There's also the corporate social responsibility one that is also in discussion. So this afternoon, we have Fidel that is in the EU who will be telling us, okay, not the EU as the commission, but as from the EU. So when they say, there's a saying in Akan that if the seahorse comes to tell you that a crocodile is dead, you believe it because they all stay in the sea. And so now that Fidel is coming from Europe, he has certain perspectives of these conversations that we might not be privy to. So he will be taking us through those 2 regulations that are happening, the one on the deforestation and also on human rights issues. And we'll have a conversation around it. When we finish, we will try and just juxtapose what is happening at the EU level to the conversation that we've had yesterday and today, i.e. on living income and on human rights. How do we see the cocoa sector moving forward in the face of these new developments at the EU level? And mind you, it's not only the EU that is developing new laws. The UK has passed the UK Environmental Act, and they're in the process of developing the secondary legislation, which basically is very similar to the EU due diligence regulation. Also, the US is also developing a similar law. And so very soon, producers of cocoa, you will have to contend with these consumer country regulations. So let's also have that at the back of our mind as we listen to Fidel. So we invite Fidel to give us a presentation, and please make your notes and your questions. And then after that, we'll have a conversation. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, hello. Nearly wanted to say good morning, everybody, but morning is already past, and I'm the guy in between lunch and you. So I try to make it fast, albeit it's a broad, big problem. But first, I will explain that I'm definitely not in the EU Commission, but I work for a small NGO in Germany. We are an NGO with 13 people working there, part of them part-time, and we are doing research on different value chains and human rights violations since more than 30 years now. Actually, I started working there in 1993, and during all these years, We made a lot of studies, and in many of these studies, we said there are problems concerning human rights violations and companies involved, and we need a legislation. I will now show you afterwards why I say we need a legislation. First of all, there are indeed two different things. One is the human rights due diligence process, which we have. And the second is the deforestation legislation, but both of them specifically for the cocoa sector are interlinked. If I look now where the whole idea comes from, you might say that it is a very old issue, as already, no, it's not moving. I try it here. As, how can I move it forward?
Probably get the IT guy to help us. The slides are not moving.
Oh, it's not moving. I need the slides for pictures. Usually, I'm not always a fan of slides, but this time I need it. No. Okay, while we are searching, I will try to, I think it was attached to an email, wasn't it? Nana, is it your computer? Can you? Okay, I will continue while we are looking for wording. So first of all, when we talk about human rights issues and income, many companies at first react very surprised. They claim that they are working on a market and that there is no reason why they should be responsible for the well-being of people. But already in the Declaration on Human Rights from 1948, so more than 60 years ago, there are parts in it saying that there should be a just remuneration for all workers, that there should be an equal payment of men and women. And it also says that the income of a person should be high enough to lead a decent life. So that was it was in 1948, so a long time ago, and this is no, none of these. Sorry, we need to find the presentation. Is it attached to an email, or where can we find it? It's gone. Is it moving? Wow. Thanks a lot. So what was also very interesting was that when we just started to discuss about how to look into a living income, companies said, how do you want to find out what a living income is? Huh? And when we also could look into the Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948, because it said that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, and medical care and necessary social services. So this was the base of what was later done, and these studies on how to calculate a living income was going back to this Declaration on Human Rights. Who started this all? Well, there was a professor named John Ruggie, and he wrote a lot of, with the whole team, he wrote a lot of papers on human rights violations and value chains. He did this on behalf of the General Secretary of the United Nations at that time, Kofi Annan, a guy from Ghana. So Kofi Annan had the idea to take companies into stronger responsibility for what they were doing along value chain. And John Ruggie got the title Special Representative of the Secretary General on Human Rights and Transnational Corporations and Other Business Enterprises. So the initiative came from Kofi Annan. And John Ruggie, he came up with his papers and with his ideas what companies should do. And he came up with the expression, there is a due diligence. Companies have to look what is happening in their value chain. They can't hide behind markets or secret value chains. There is a due diligence for human rights issues. The guiding principles of business and human rights were adopted by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations 11 years ago. Of course, for human rights, this is also what John Ruggie says and what the guiding principles say. First responsibility to protect human rights comes with government. It's not that companies have to do everything, but where companies are violating human rights, they can't hide behind the state is not doing something. This was what he called due diligence. He also said clearly that if there are violations, if people became victims, there has to be an access to effective remedy. How should companies do that? That is what they wrote in 2011 and what is starting now with the legislations and which becomes important, so important for the cocoa sector. The first thing is they have to embed responsible business conduct into the policy and the management systems of the companies. And the good thing is that the heads of a company have to sign this. It's not that there is a sustainability department somewhere in the company who says, oh, we want to do something in the cocoa sector, there might be human rights violations, or in the mining sector or somewhere else. It's now that the bosses of a company have to sign that the company will care. And that panicked a lot of bosses. And a second thing is, if they are afraid that there are risks, they have to look and to identify if there are indeed risks and if these risks are in their value chains. Let me give you an example. You have a German retailer who sells vegetables, and these vegetables come from plantation in the south of Spain. And there are a lot of migrant laborers there, often without legal papers, who live there under very bad circumstances, are very bad paid, and it's more like a slave-like labor. Everybody in Europe knows that. Nobody was doing anything against it. So now the bosses of the companies have to sign "we care." And when they know from their purchasing departments, oh, we know about risk in the south of Spain or in Indonesia or in Ecuador, wherever. And now they have to identify these risks. They have to find ways to prevent and mitigate adverse impacts. They have to implement things to improve the situation. They have to communicate publicly in annual reports about this. And they have to provide remediation where appropriate, where they find human rights abuses. So this is the background of the United Nations about this. What happened afterwards was that many, after that, based on that frame, that many companies started national action plans. I've heard there is a national action plan committee also here in Ghana, which is now meeting. And governments, they have to look, do we have to change own laws like Germany did already, or like mentioned, UK did and other countries are doing, or like the EU, and this is what I'm now soon talking about, is preparing. This whole legislation, when we talked about to companies or to many market liberal politicians, they often said, we don't need a legislation. For companies, they know what to do. They care about their value chains, they care about the people in the value chains. But since 10 years, we are running a campaign, and some of the pictures you're seeing now, I showed to many people in politics and also in companies. We had a big scandal in 2013 when this building crashed in Bangladesh. More than 1,100 people died. The Rama Plaza, they call it accident. When you talk to people from the textile industry, they tell you, oh, this risk of the bad buildings in Bangladesh were known. Some people, some companies, they even sent architects down there before they allowed a new factory to deliver to them. Others didn't. The building collapsed and more than 1,100 people died. So the sector knew about the risk. The sector knew about the low payments in these factories and monthly wages of $50, $60. They knew about the living condition of some mainly women working there, and nothing happened. The same is true when I did some research at the beginning of the 2000s on how is the civil war in the Democratic Republic of Congo financed. I found reports on a metal called tantal, which we need in electronic condensators, which we have in all our mobile phones and in our laptops and everywhere. This metal was used by rebels to finance buying weapons. The metal at that time, nowadays it goes, most of it goes to China, at that time was partly exported to Europe. When you went to companies and said, stop this, they said there's no law against it. So why should we stop it? But even if there is no war, if you see here, 60–70% of the global cobalt production comes from Democratic Republic of Congo, partly done by small-scale mining. You see here a totally destroyed area. You can imagine how frequently you have landslides there. Many of the miners were indebted to the mine owners. So it's modern forms of slavery. Everybody in the sector knows it, and nothing happened. And this is, again, why we were calling for legislation. Even big mines here, like this copper and gold mine in West Papua in Indonesia, it's a mine on more than 4,000 meter altitude. So it's very high up in the mountains, and there is also a big factory to condensate the metal. And what they do with all the surplus material, they just dump it in the river. So your Galamsey problem with polluted water, they have there also since decades, and people living around it and living in the flatlands, formerly working as fishermen and having their fields around the rivers, we now are in these polluted rivers with a lot of heavy metals in it, which are not healthy, to say it this way. And they are now digging for gold in it because they can't farm anymore, they can't fish anymore. A few hundred people died during the last decades around this mine because militaries are deployed there, local communities were wanted to have it gone away. And when we asked German companies, when I wrote this report where the pictures come from 15 years ago, why are you buying there? They said, why not? There's no law against it. What I'm also trying to explain companies, and now we come back to cocoa, you see the brown curve here, that's the inflation-adjusted cocoa price over the last decades. I could do similar one with coffee and other agricultural products. So my question is always, if you talk about human rights abuses in your agricultural value chain and you don't talk about prices, you don't talk about decreasing money, what families get, how do you want to avoid human rights abuses? How do you want to avoid child labor? So if we talk about human rights, we have to talk about prices. So this is the background, the United Nations and the problems we have seen. And you see the human rights discussion and also the deforestation discussion, where I come to in a few minutes. It's not focused on cocoa. It is a global discussion on how to hold companies in Europe, in Germany, responsible for what they are doing in their value chain. The EU, they came now into a long process on an own human rights due diligence legislation. They're already late. I showed you that the decision of the United Nations is from 2011, and the United Nations said that all companies should adopt the legislation to protect human rights in value chains. So now, 11 years later, the EU is discussing, and there is a proposal for a legislation from February this year. And now the proposal is from EU Commission, which is some sort like all the ministries we have in the EU. We have a parliament which discusses about it. And as the EU has 27 member states, we also have the member states in their rounds of ministers who discuss about it. This is the trialogue, which was already mentioned. Usually the Commission comes up with the legislation. And if Parliament and ministers agree, it's done. If they don't agree, and this is the situation we have now, they meet in a trialogue and they discuss. And this takes time, 27 member states. But the discussion is ongoing. And if we have a closer look into what the EU made, it is indeed adopting partly what the UN said. And it's based on the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, on ILO core labor standards. So these are some good points. But other things are under discussion. You can imagine that many companies are in a fierce opposition to be regulated. Others, they want to be regulated. And in 2017, I was in a hearing at the EU, and it was Chatham House rules. So you are allowed to talk about the results, but not about the involved companies. And there were people from the Parliament and from the Commission, and there were cocoa and chocolate companies in the room, and the parliamentarians and the Commission was very surprised that many chocolate companies said, please make a regulation. What the companies see is that to improve the situation at farm level, they have to pay. They have to pay for programs, they have to pay for transparency in the value chain, they have to pay for higher prices. They will not do it as long as the competitors are not doing it. If they know that the competitors also have to do it because there is a regulation, they might invest. That's the logic of a company. So we have now this draft of a legislation at EU level, but we have some very unclear things in it, like it says that companies are responsible for established value chains. What does that mean? That, for example, Nestle, they also only have to talk to Cargill because Cargill is delivering the cocoa? Or do they have to go further down the value chain? Can they say we buy it from the cocoa bot, so the cocoa bot is responsible? What is an established value chain? This is part of a discussion now, and also the company size. The EU, they say that there are many small-scale companies in all different sectors, and that only companies with more than 250 people working there and with a turnover of 40 million euro, they have to look into risk. What about the smaller ones? What about smaller cocoa traders who import? The moment they deliver to the big ones, they will be in it. So there are still discussions going on. The worst thing what happened was there was a draft leaked, a draft of a legislation 2 days before it was published, and where it was in it that on a global level, so it's what not mean with cocoa, it was on the global level. On the global level, to fight child labor, all people need a living wage and a living income. 2 days later, when it was published, it said we have to fight globally against child labor. Living income and living wage were out. How did that happen? Who lobbied there? Which companies are behind it? We still try to find out. Still, these are the good things in the legislation. As the UN says, companies will have to act. They have to identify human rights abuses. They have to invest to minimize these. This is in the legislation like it is now. They must establish complaint procedures, and affected stakeholders, e.g., for example, also cocoa farmers, can sue companies in Europe for human rights abuses they cause. This is still all under discussion, and this is what we hope for will be a law by 2024 or 2025. So it's still talking about the future, but it already has its impact. We have a similar legislation which comes into place 1st of January in Germany. And since 2 or 3 years, German companies were preparing for it, looking into their value chains, looking into problems in their value chain, making risk assessments. If you now look at the deforestation legislation, it's a completely, on the first hand, completely different process. On the other hand, it's closely connected, because it's again about a due diligence of companies in value chain. It will be, hopefully, this is the plan now, it will be a partly much stricter regulation than on human rights due diligence, because things are clearer. I was in one meeting when people asked, but what about West Africa? How we as a company should detect that there is a deforestation in a certain area. And when the EU Commission said that for free, satellite images are available which photograph each plot in West Africa and in Germany and in Asia every 5 days. So if companies want to see if there is an ongoing deforestation, they can easily do it by satellite images, which is much easier to detect when human rights abuses. It's also not saying, this law, that all things coming from forests are not allowed to be imported anymore in the EU. They will look for a cutoff date. Cutoff date means they still have to agree with that. So perhaps if the cutoff date is 2021, that after 2021, companies are not allowed to buy products anymore from an area deforested after 2021. If it was deforested in 2020 or 20 years ago, they can still buy there. It's just they want to stop fresh deforestation on a global level. Also in Europe, and some European states are also opposing this law. Or Indonesian government, they are strictly against the law. And it's for these products which are identified as having the highest impact of the EU on deforestation. It's for soy, beef, palm oil, wood, cocoa, and coffee. So cocoa is part of it. But again, it will be a strict law. It will be much easier to control it via satellite images, but companies can prepare for it. They have due diligence requirements, and one of it is you need to know where your product comes from. The products are listed, and not depending on which country it is, but globally. So companies will have to find out from which plot of land they are buying. And when they have to prove that it was not deforested, let's say after 2021, if this will be the cutoff date they agree on. The Parliament says a polygon mapping is needed of the area, so the European Parliament. And there need to be risk assessments in all these areas where they are a threat, there is a risk. That might be in Sweden, that might be in Indonesia, that might be in Brazil, that might perhaps not be so strong in the cocoa sector in Ghana, because as you know, there is not much forest left, which can be cut down here in Ghana. So the plantations there are on already deforested areas. So companies they have to look, they have to, with their due diligence, they have to look into the value chain. They have to look, do we buy things from high risk areas? Do we buy things from low risk areas? Buying cocoa from a high risk area might be that you buy from farmers directly beside a national park, which still exists. Because in Côte d'Ivoire, for example, many farmers will have their plot outside the national park. They also have plots inside the national park. But if you make a polygon and you find out that farmer officially has 2 acres, and when he is delivering 3 tons of cocoa to you, it's quite obvious that there might be a problem. So the responsibility, again, with this is mainly with the companies to look into their value chains. And it's not like it's sometimes reported, it's not about a total bans of import. So if they would say, for example, there are cases of deforestation in Ghana, it would not mean that all Ghanaian cocoa is not allowed to enter Europe anymore. That is something the Cocoa Board, for example, is afraid for, that this would be the legislation. The legislation says that a company has to look into its value chain. And if there is an illegal deforestation in some area in Ghana, and a company from the EU is buying the cocoa from them, they are not allowed to import it anymore and they are fined. But it's the specific cocoa then coming from this deforested area and not all cocoa from Ghana. What will happen here again? There is a discussion of the European Commission. There is a discussion in the Council and with the Parliament. Again, there will be a letter missing with trialogue. And stakeholders hope that there will be a final draft of the legislation before the end of the year, but we will see. We're still discussing on definitions of forest. What is a forest? What is deforestation? What is degradation? There's still a discussion about specific amendments for smallholders. And some people say that we should include a human rights question also in the deforestation legislation. The European Parliament came up with some ideas how to, saying that they have to engage vulnerable stakeholders such as smallholders in the discussions, and that there should be financial support to get plots, polygons, to make chains transparent. But this is all ongoing, and it is a very important discussion. One thing, again, I don't agree with the Cocoa Board. The Cocoa Board was afraid that the deforestation legislation will be something against, will weaken Ghanaian position on the cocoa sector. I would say it can even strengthen it, because now combine the human rights due diligence and the deforestation legislation. Companies could say, for example, human rights situation in West Africa is worse than in Latin America. So we buy our cocoa from Latin America. But you produce here in Ghana 800,000 tons on 1.6 million hectares at a minimum. So if companies would go to Ecuador, they would have to cut down huge amount of trees to erect new plantations. And when they want to import the cocoa to Europe and say, oh, we don't have a child labor problem in Ecuador, so let it in. And when the deforestation legislation would say, no, you have cut down all these trees, this cocoa is not entering Europe. So the deforestation legislation could serve as an insurance even, that companies have to invest into improvement in the human rights situation and not go somewhere else. But this is also still part of a discussion. I will skip the German legislation because I'm running out of time. Impact on cocoa. What will happen? Well, this is part of the pilots the companies are doing, but I mentioned already yesterday. Companies have to make a risk analysis. All the individual companies in Germany, the big ones, they had a risk analysis. The stupid thing in Germany is that the cocoa sector, in the cocoa sector, the companies, like here in Ghana, the companies, they don't talk to each other. So every company commissioned an own risk analysis. One of the risk analysis was published. It was commissioned by the German Ministry for Development, and I wrote it. So I went through the data for the most important cocoa producing countries, and I found risk in all of them. If it is Indonesia or Ecuador or Ghana, you have human rights risk everywhere. And so the result of this is companies have indeed to look in their value chain. They can say it's no risk. Again, the stupid thing is that every company is paying for an own risk analysis instead of just sharing it. But these risk analyses were made, not only for cocoa, also for potatoes, for bananas, for many, many products. So what the risk analysis shows is that for many products, it's not enough to know from which country the product comes, but also exactly from which plot to see, is there a risk or not? As you know, we have many well-functioning farms here in Ghana without any human rights abuses and without any deforestation. So companies will have to look in their specific value chain. And the only way for the future, when the law comes into power, to guarantee that they operate, and that's due diligence. Now, I don't have to guarantee to exclude everything in the value chain. It's about due diligence. They have to try to do their best. But the only way to do it is they have to change their purchasing practices. If they buy nowadays part of their cocoa from the stock exchange, they don't know where it comes from. How do you want to do a risk analysis? How do you want to avoid human rights violations or deforestation if you don't know where it comes from? They need long-term connections to producers and to producer organizations to really improve the situation and not have a small pilot project here, a small private pilot project there, and buy most of the cocoa somewhere else where it's the cheapest. So they also need to discuss about prices, and this is a process which is starting the last 2 or 3 years before they denied completely to talk about prices. We need to talk about prices which allows a living income and a living wage for all in the cocoa sector, for people working to help on farms or sharecropper. And from my point of view, and also from the point of view, if you talk face to face with them and nobody is listening to many companies, without a higher price, there's no way to have a human rights due diligence in the cocoa sector. Of course, you need productivity, you need improvement, you need farmers seeing the cocoa sector as a business. You need reforms in the cocoa bot to know where the money goes to. But the price question, and that was also the Kumasi results, if you ask a farmer, what's making your income? It's the price. When I was a child, once a week, we had a newspaper only for farmers in Germany, and it contained the most important market prices for potatoes, for bean, and so on. The first thing my father did when it came in was to look at the price, because the price is making his income. And all these companies saying, oh, we'll have to look for something else. It's various LAs, it's diversification, it's productivity. If you ask them themselves, how are you operating your own business? Is price not important for your products? Then why not just halving them? Huh? They would say, no, price is very important. I have to pay the people working here. I have to pay the interest rates for the machinery, rent for the buildings. Of course, price is an important factor, and this debate on human rights due diligence has the potential to put price high on the agenda, not only for cocoa, but for many other products. And the deforestation legislation has the potential to force companies to buy in stable and transparent value chains, so that they know where the cocoa comes from and you know to whom you are delivering and who is responsible for the price. It's not then the anonymous LBC anymore. It's the LBC which is selling to, let's say, Cargill, and Cargill which is selling to Nestle, and Nestle is selling to the retailer. This is necessary for a transparent value chain, because the retailer will have to report, can you guarantee a deforestation for your value chain? So this might be a future. all things I told you are under discussion. I know that many companies want to water it down. I know also that many companies want to have it. The front-runner companies in many sectors, they want to have a legislation. Because presently, the more money you invest into sustainability, the more market shares you will lose because you are too expensive. That's the sheer logic of markets. So we will see where it goes to. And I'm presently quite hopeful that the EU will come up with a not good, but manageable law, and that it will put pressure on companies. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So now we will open the floor for questions, clarifications, comments. I know it was a bit deep. So if you made comments, you wrote down your questions, this is opportunity to have a conversation around it. Probably just to kickstart the conversation, I think that there was a point that Fidel made that very important, that in all this conversation, yesterday we were speaking about living income being a human rights issue, but in the proposal, the draft had living income in it, but when the final test came, living income and living wage had evaporated from it. And for me, that was very telling. It also tells you how the framers of some of these policies, it tells about the private sector's lobbying abilities and skills, how they are able to lobby even to the extent of the EU, lobby their way around those issues. So it's also about time that farmers, civil society, governments of producer countries, we began to also take a firm position on some of these things and also push through, because we are fighting against a very, very well-organized, well-functioning, well-paid lobbying groups of the private sector. Great, please, any observations, comments? These are topics that we have been dealing with over the past few months, especially the deforestation regulation. And although there are still some outstanding issues, i.e. what is deforestation? And we know, we have had this conversation before, that they are using the FAO definition of deforestation. You can't really question that much, but degradation, the definitions as contained in the various proposals, various sessions, and various from the parliament, from the council, and also from the commission, there are some changes that could also affect how we make our farms in Ghana. And to the extent that timber and wood is also very much affected with respect to degradation and all that. So if you have comments, questions or clarification, I was told when I was in primary school that when a teacher says questions and I ask questions, it could mean two things. Nobody understood anything, or we understood everything. Okay, sure, nice. Now I can see that we didn't understand everything. So we'll take Chairman. Yes, let's take Chairman. Somebody online. Chairman. We need to declare. We'll call Mr. Pomadi instead of saying Chairman. We'll stick with the name. And so William, his name is Pomadi, and he's the chairman of the council of the Cocoa Farmers Association. Great, so we'll take you, then Alfred and Albert, and yes, then Mr. Asiefi, please.
All right, I'm seeking for clarification on something. You indicated that, like in Cote d'Ivoire, for example, when you take the geolocation of the farmer and part of the farm happens to be in a national park, and then part is outside the national park, what then happens to the farmer's produce? Or the entire produce from the farmer, whether it's from the national park or not from the national park, the entire produce will not be accepted on the European markets, or they will segregate it.
We'll take the second question from Alfred. Alfred.
Okay, so my question will also build on what Mr. Pomazi just asked. So in Ghana, we have admitted farms. Some of these farms are rightly located in forest reserves. So are these beans going to be rejected as well? My second question would be the regulation. Is there room for amendments? Or right now it's too late? That's the second question. And the third question would be, how is the regulation addressing in-country standards? So there are standards in other countries, just like Obed was saying. The definition of deforestation, has one or two issues, probably with some countries. What might be considered as a forest in one country might be considered somebody's backyard garden in another country. So how are these things going to be addressed?
Okay. I guess we'll take the last question from Albert, then Fidel will attempt to respond to them, and we'll come back again.
Yeah, thanks, Fidel. I hope I'm right in thinking that the human rights angle that you presented is related to one, international human rights obligations that companies have to comply with. I'm not seeing the linkage with our national human rights obligations in country and how we're going to relate to that, and which of these is overriding, or which of these is the international one that countries have to relate to, and therefore our farmers and all that, or is the national laws that our farmers have to relate to? I'm a bit confused about that. If you can clarify that for us. And so when we look at these two, then which one is the EU relating to? Is it the international human rights laws or our national human rights laws? Thank you.
Great.
Okay, I try my best. Well, the EU is referring, like the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, on core human rights standards of EU. So things signed by all nations globally, including the Declaration on Human Rights from '48. And there are two codices from the 1966 on political and economic rights. The ILO core labor standards are globally accepted human rights. And so firsthand, they are referring to very few UN standards. And these are standards which are part of the legislations of nearly all countries. But the reality on the ground is often different. Let's take, for example, that it is an ILO core labor standard and that it was based in the Human Rights Declaration that there should be no discrimination, meaning also equal pay of men and women. And if I look into the gender gap we have in Germany, I don't know the figures you have here in Ghana, it's remarkable. So first of all, we refer to UN standards. And usually these standards are part of national legislations because they have very basic human rights. But the next thing is the EU is not coming to Ghana and say, Ghana has to do that and that. The EU is going to companies operating in Europe and selling products in Europe and say, look into your value chains and look if there are human rights violations or deforestations. So the law is not addressed to any government globally, it's addressed to the companies operating in Europe. And they have already signed, all companies, all big companies in Germany already signed years and years ago that they have child labor-free value chains, also the chocolate companies. And then you go to them and say, well, is it true? Is it really child labor-free? Perhaps not, but why did you sign it? Yeah, because our customers, they want it. That's the reality presently. And so it is something addressed to the companies and not to other governments. Nonetheless, the governments in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, they got very nervous about the legislation. And from my point of view, the reactions between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana were different. My impression is that Ghana is much more nervous. And Cote d'Ivoire more sees it as a potential to put pressure on companies. It's the companies that have to look into their value chains. Governments can, of course, support local farmers by having publicly available polygon systems of farms, by having support measures, but also something which would be very important is to have a stronger coordination of what companies are doing and paying. I mean, all these companies are running around here, and also the NGOs, and doing projects. How many of them? Is it coordinated? What is the impact? Who is earning the money? So there are a lot of things governments can do and coordinate, but the laws are for companies. Concerning the question with deforestation, there is indeed still much open on how to define, for example, a forest. A primary rainforest is a primary rainforest, but what is if you have an area which was a rainforest and was cut down 50 years ago and now has regrown? It's a secondary rainforest, but is it protected or is it not protected? And there, the EU is in discussion with many countries, and usually it is the question, is it protected area or not? But the cocoa sector shows that even protected or not is a huge problem. As you might know, will all know that during the civil war in Cote d'Ivoire, hundreds of thousands of cocoa farmers went into protected forests and erected new plantations. That was around 2010. And all these plantations, they came into production 2015, 16, 17, and they were causing the huge oversupply and the slump in the prices. Within 2 or 3 years, production in Cote d'Ivoire increased by 700,000 tons. So estimates, the government says 10 to 15% in Cote d'Ivoire. Other estimates say that up to 30% of the cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire comes from originally protected areas where the forests were destroyed 10, 15 years ago. What to do with it? According to the law in Cote d'Ivoire, the farmers have to leave these areas. They should be evicted. According to the reality in Cote d'Ivoire, these are a few 100,000 families who are making a living from living on deforested areas. If you would evict them, where do they go to? Where do they live from? How do they feed their children? So these things are indeed very difficult. But I could say, on the other hand, if cocoa from illegally deforested areas would not be on the market, if it would not be bought by companies, the cocoa price would be much higher, much, much higher. Just imagine that it's only 10 to 15% of what in Cote d'Ivoire comes from illegally deforested areas. We have a production of more than 2 million tons. So 10 to 15%, it's up to 300,000 tons, which would be taken out of a market. How this will function and how the government will react to it, and if there will be resettlement projects or if they will just what they did already, if with a few areas say it was a protected area, but it's no longer a protected area now, so it's legally that they are living there. This will be something we have to discuss in the future. And these are still difficult questions which are under discussions within the governments. But as we have a cutoff date of 2020, 2021, farmers who have cut down even illegally trees 10 years ago, they can still deliver. They didn't do it after the cutoff date. So yes, the deforestation thing is still complicated. And if a farmer has a plantation within a protected area and outside a protected area, will he not be able to deliver cocoa at all? It's still open. There's this cutoff date. If it was cut down 10 years ago, I think he will be able to deliver. And even if a cutoff date would be 20 years back suddenly, it only means that they can sell to Europe. But half of the global cocoa is eaten somewhere else. So there will be markets. The EU alone will not be able to steer, to govern the whole market. But many things are in line with the local governments. Côte d'Ivoire, for example, in Côte d'Ivoire, the forested area went down to less than 10%. Within 50 years, 90% of the forests in many areas were cut down. Climate change is much stronger there in these areas because you have a global climate change plus you have a local climate change due to the destruction of the trees. So even the government in Côte d'Ivoire says we need to come to a forest coverage of at least 20% in the next years to fight climate change and to save a little bit of our rainfall and so on. So these things, they work all hand in hand: climate change, deforestation, reforestation, human rights issues. But again, the legislation is mainly addressed on companies. Did I answer all questions or did I forget something?
The second question from Alfred was in reference to country laws. So in the case of Ghana, admitted farms are legally recognized in our laws. That only have a farm in a protected area that was admitted at the time that the farm was there. You have the legal right to use that area for any farm or whatever. And the question was asking is, let's say, if this law passes, the produce from these legally recognized areas in Ghana's law, will they make their way into the EU market?
Mm-hmm. Good questions. I don't know. I would say again we have a cutoff date, and if it was cut down before, I don't see how they want to get it out. But my question would now be: is it in Ghana allowed to have cocoa farms in protected areas?
Yes.
And is it large scale?
Yes. So admitted farms, I have seen admitted farms that are 120. They are more than a compound. In Crocus, we have one admitted farm, B2 is almost two compartments, almost 220 big. 256 hectares. People have that much of that huge sizes, and it's your land, so you can use it for whatever you want to use it for, and it is legally allowed.
Mm-hmm.
So now the question is, or the issue you are bringing is, in the, I think Frida didn't touch on that, but in the regulation, there are two elements. There's legality and no deforestation. So in the context of legality, you are within your rights to farm in that area and produce your commodity. But in the context of no deforestation, as will be contained in the EU regulation, does your commodity pass that test of no deforestation? And I think that is the conversation we will need to have. Yes, madam.
Yes.
I just wanted to add something for you to take it up completely and explain. Talking about whether it is causing deforestation or not, with respect to the farm within a protected area, I believe should also have something to do with the cutoff date, because this farm has existed all these years before the coming in of the legislation. And so we cannot just backdate the law to go and affect such a farm. So I think the cutoff date will also has to be applied here, right?
So it's really the question that I think probably really ask that question.
It was within the context of legality that what if expansion has taken place within that admitted farm? So it's legal, but there has been an expansion. So what happens? Yeah.
Precisely the point I was going to make, and you have brought that expansion. So defining a farmland. So there's a difference between a farm and a farmland. So most of these admitted farms, we call it admitted farms, but not all of them have been developed. Some of them are gazetted, the polygons are there, and you realize that only 20% of the farmland has been developed. So even if the cutoff date is 2019, 2020, 2021, whichever, and now it's leaning towards 2020 or 2021, meaning that whoever has the access to that land still has the right to develop that area beyond 2021. And if they develop that area, what does it mean? What's the implication? Exactly. You might be doing it legally within your law, but with reference to the EU regulation, that will be termed as deforestation, because by law, by the FAO definition, you will be deforesting. I don't know if we are clear. I don't know. So that's the problem. Yes. The question for the girl.
Yes. Forgive me, maybe this will be a repetition, but I was wondering whether there are consequences for non-compliance. I've seen in your presentation, you mentioned that there could be, but I'm just wondering whether it is concrete now, whether there's a consequences for non-compliance. What happens to a company that does not comply with the legislation? Just a follow-up to that is that, how do you gather the evidence to see that the guy is not complying? Is there any collaboration between whichever authorities in EU and the country's authority to say that, okay, this company, which is purchasing from Ghana, for example, is not complying?
Well, that depends on what we are talking about. If you have human rights violations, the way would be that these people who became victims or NGOs supporting them, they have to sue the company. This is already happening in Germany, for example. We had court cases of German companies buying clothes, for example, in Pakistan, and there were human rights violations within the factory. German courts under old legislation did not accept it because they said it happened in Pakistan. You have to go to a court in Pakistan. But now with a new regulation, which comes in Germany and from January next year on, 1st of January, we as NGOs will hopefully be able to support people from Pakistan or somewhere else to sue companies within Germany. This is one thing of liability. The other thing is, as I said, the company bosses, they have to sign that they look into it. They have to make a risk analysis. They have to report if they found risk. They have to report what they've done. And if they would, for example, report there are no risk in Ghana and there is no hint that there is any risk in the cocoa sector, and then there would be human rights abuses, child labor, whatever, detected in their value chain, there is an institution which is government-led, the BAFA in Germany, and then they would look into, hey, they signed all these things, they reported all these things, and now there is proof that they were lying. So they lied in their risk analysis that there is no risk in Ghana because everybody knows there is a risk. They lied in their analysis that they know exactly where the cocoa comes from because now they claim we didn't know. They lied in the statement of the CEO saying we will do everything we can do, and they can sue them to up to 2% of the turnover of a company. So if your turnover is $1 million, 2% is quite not so much. If your turnover is $10 billion, like some of the chocolate companies and other big companies, 2% is a lot of money. So this is concerning human rights. There might be the potential to sue as a victim. We will see this, and there are lawyers in Germany which are preparing now. There's a lawyer group preparing to support victims in different countries. And they lied on different things, and so they can be sued for not telling the truth, which is led by this government agency, which is part of a ministry for economics, this BAFA. And the BAFA is preparing on doing these things. And we as NGOs, we are feeding them with information where they have to look into at company level. The deforestation thing is much easier because you have the satellite images. Yeah, and that brings me back to the question, what's happening here in Ghana? If there is a satellite image of an area and everything except a small area is already deforested and all around is cocoa, and it was before the cutoff date, it's legal. But if a company would buy from a plot which will be cut down after this cutoff date, there will be a problem. And as a government in Ghana and also as a cocoa producer in Ghana or an NGO working with cocoa producers, I would very carefully look into this and how to protect as much forest as possible, because you have the changing rain patterns, you have the climate change here. Every country, including Germany, needs more trees, more forests to mitigate climate change and not less. So you can see it as a chance to improve things and not as a threat that there will be pressure on the authorities to protect forests. And the question is, who pays for what? The law says that the companies are responsible. And this is where farmer organizations, NGOs in Europe and NGOs here have to work closely together to let them pay, and not the farmer, and not the COCOBOT, and not the Ivorian government. It's a law on company responsibility.
Interesting. Are there any other questions, clarifications? Hello.
You want to use this one?
Any other questions? I have a lot of questions.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Yes, there is room for amendments. They are still under discussion, like this amendment to have a special fund to support smallholders globally.
It seems to me that maybe as a country, what we have to be focusing on is preparing for due diligence. Because if the companies are going to be, how do you call it, satisfying or complying with the international human rights laws and all that, then we as a country, we should be preparing ourselves for due diligence, because that is what the companies should be looking for, to be able to say that yes, they are complying or they are not complying. That's my thoughts on that. What do you think?
Yeah, I also think so, and not only for export, but also for within the country to hold your government accountable. Like in Germany, we had a minimum wage since a couple of years, but Germany had a lot of big slaughterhouses, and it was all migrant labor, and everybody knew how abusive the system was, and nothing happened. So even within Germany, we need this legislation to say there must be human rights within value chains, and retailers who buy from these slaughterhouses can say, oh, we read in the newspaper that there is a problem, but they are the cheapest, so we buy there. Our competitors are doing the same. So human rights, Declaration of Human Rights from 1948 says a family should be fed by wages. The reality is different, and European companies were profited from these different realities globally. Yeah, I was once in the discussion with the textile sector, and somebody said, oh, well, we buy in Bangladesh, but in Bangladesh, the wage is only $50, the average wage for a woman, $50 a month. What shall we do? We have to adopt to what's happening there, and we are only guests. But they did go there to buy the cheapest clothes. 50 years ago, clothes were produced in Germany, and when they went to other countries, they went to Philippines, they went to Korea, they went to China. Now China has a minimum wage, which is too expensive, so they go to Bangladesh. And then they claim, oh, we are not responsible. So companies are responsible. They know exactly what they do. They know exactly how much cocoa farmers earn. Yeah? When we did the first calculation 6-7 years ago, with very few data points on what is the average income of a cocoa farmer in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. We had only very few studies, and we were guessing. And I still remember I made it for the Cocoa Barometer in an Excel file, and I made it together with Anthony Fountain, and he looked at it and he said, no, not possible. It's too low. It's much too low. But then a few days later, he was at a cocoa conference, and when he took somebody aside working for one of the big companies who did have the statistics and said, well, this Friedel has calculated, what do you think of it? And they said, oh yeah, it's very similar to our figures. And we heard this from a few companies, and that was 8-9 years ago. They all know. They claim in public conferences that they don't know, but in reality, they have hundreds of thousands of data sets about farm size, about farm income, about productivity. Huh? They just don't want to talk about it because we know exactly how low the farmer income is. With this human rights due diligence legislation, we would challenge them, what about a living income? Huh? What are you really paying? And with the deforestation legislation, we will challenge them not to go and freshly cut down trees. There were plans of the industry to go for more production into Cameroon or into Congo, because there's a lot of rainforest where you can still cut down. Imagine what that would mean, a few 100,000 hectares there for the cocoa price, more oversupply, lower prices, lower income. So from my point of view, the legislation can be a chance. The EU has to do it right. And yeah, and then the companies should be involved by paying for it, by doing it.
Yeah, I also have this issue. We realize that, or it is clear that these laws have implications for productivity. That's if you are complying with zero expansion. Now it means that the implication that the farmers are remaining on the same land which they are producing now, and looking at the implication for soil health, which research shows that the soils are declining in fertility, and therefore you need to add more productivity enhancement things to be able to get the production per hectare that will bring you adequate income. In talking about support for the producers, we only saw the support that is coming from areas like getting geo-mapping facilities and whatever. But support in terms of helping the farmer to remain on the same land because he cannot now do expansion. Those things were completely, it's not being considered at all. Like we said, living income initially appeared, but they have vanished from the system. So these things have implications for producers, the laws. If we comply with them, we are going to need to bear with high rising costs to be able to come out with whatever production you have today. And therefore, they cannot ignore this call for the support. If you support me to get my farm locations and everything, now the actual producer will have to face the challenge of getting the right productivity on the same land. We've tried to go around this by expanding. Now we all agree, no expansion. Something has to be done about the remaining on the same acreage for years. Thank you.
Well, let me be a little bit provocative. Where in Ghana are areas where farmers could cut down still existing intact rainforests to expand cocoa plantations, except some protected areas? There is nothing left, at least from the areas I have seen where cocoa production is taking place. So it is no longer an option for a farmer to deplete soil and then just cut down the next forest, because there is no forest anymore. There is no land available. So part of the support measures should go into the direction, how can I protect soils? How can I avoid the depletion of soils? And it was often done, and this is part of the old extension services, by fertilizer, which we all know are now so expensive and nobody can afford it. But it could also be done with different way of production. I told you yesterday already that I visited some dynamic agroforestry projects north of Kumasi. They planted, for example, cashew trees, not to harvest cashew, but to cut down the leaves to make the ground more fertile. Because cashew leaves, seems like, I'm not an agronomist, they collect, what's the English word for nitrogen? Yeah, so you don't buy fertilizer, you plant cashew trees, you cut off the leaves and bring them onto your on your cocoa plantation, and you use these organic fertilizer to protect the soil. So these are things which have to be spread, where you can protect soils by lower costs than buying fertilizers and buying pesticides. And this should be part of a training, not higher productivity, but higher net income of farmer. Is your net income higher with 800 kilo of cocoa and a lot of bags of fertilizer, or with 500 kilo of cocoa and organic fertilizer? I don't know. And this is what I'm challenging the companies who tell me it's productivity, productivity, productivity. Show me how you can raise the net income of farmer, and show me how you can do this in a way which will work for the next 5 to 10 to 20 to 30 years. If you use a lot of some experiences in Cote d'Ivoire, if you use a lot of fertilizer, we had a fertilizer program there, and you use the wrong fertilizer and it damages the roots of your cocoa tree, you have a good harvest for 3-4 years. And when your trees die, so there is a lot where you can combine agricultural practices with cost reductions, and we have to stop these programs of the companies where it's all about productivity, meaning having a low cocoa price. That's the aim of the companies.
Thank you, Fidel. I have some comments on the last statement that you made. I mean, from the question that Mr. Siedu asked, that are there forests, and your response was, are there forests left in Ghana that can still be converted to cocoa production? The answer is yes, and a very big yes. If, and this is the caveat. The caveat is if you are using the FAO definition of a forest. So what constitutes a forest? Per the FAO definition, they use the biophysical parameters and then the sociocultural parameters. If you look at the biophysical parameters that they are using, they are saying that on a half a hectare piece of land, if you have trees that can grow to a height of 5 meters, and they occupy 15% canopy cover, then that area is considered a forest. If, and then this is the second part, the sociocultural part, if that land is predominantly not under agricultural production and it's not also a form of under any plantation like rubber or any other thing, then that piece of land is a forest. Technically, that is the definition in the EU regulation. Going by that, I can say that there are a lot of areas within the Western North, Western region, Ashanti, Eastern, places outside protected areas, outside forest reserves that will meet this criteria. So yes, there are still areas that could be converted per these parameters into cocoa production. That is why it brings me to a question that Mr. Humphrey asked. He didn't ask in plenary, he asked me. So I'm going to put it to everybody here, that if somebody has a land, a farmland, and that is very important, there's a difference between cocoa farm and a farmland. So if you have a farmland of 15 acres and you have already cultivated 5 acres of that farmland, and the 10 acre you have, it has followed, it's a follow land, which meets these biophysical definitions as contained in the EU regulation. And the argument the EU is making, and not just the EU, the argument that consumer markets or consumer countries are making is that if you convert that area into a new plot of cocoa, with the reference date being probably December 2020 or December 2021, that commodity you are producing would have converted a forest into a commodity, and you will not get access to the EU market. And Fidel, you made a point, I disagree with you. The point you made was that if you cannot make it into the EU market, there will be other markets. And I think that is dangerous. Once we begin to segregate markets, when we begin to say that the standard for meeting EU market is this high, but if your standard is that low, you can go to the Chinese market or any other market, it's dangerous. It's a precedent that we avoided in timber, that we didn't want to have double standard for timber, that timber we use on the local market is a substandard timber, but the one that goes to the EU market will be high quality. And I think we need to avoid that pit hole in other commodities. So having said that, the question Humphrey asks is, what are the incentives for a farmer to leave that 10 acres of fallow land that we are forbidding them by this regulation not to develop into cocoa farm? If there are no incentives for him, then he needs to feed his family. He needs to produce, and especially since the price is that low, he needs to produce a certain quantity to be able to, and AMA is giving us an interesting 4 acre kind of land that can produce average of 800 kg. So if he cannot meet those criteria, then he needs to expand. So the question then is, what are the safeguards? And I was in Brussels a couple of weeks ago with Albert, and we had a lot of conversations with some of the policymakers, and these are the questions we keep asking. We didn't get all the responses, and I'm sure you will not give us all the responses, but I'll still put it to you. Forgive me. What are the safeguards that, especially the EU consortium of NGOs, a coalition of NGOs that are pushing for some of these reforms? What are some of the safeguards that you are proposing that will probably minimize the burden on such farmers who, through no fault of theirs, who by law have the right to farm because the law allows them to do that? Our agricultural policy and law allows us to cut the trees and do our farming, but your regulation is forbidding them to do it. What are the safeguards that you are proposing to be put in place for such farmers? Humphrey, have I spoken your mind? Excellent. Sorry.
I have no answer on this. Now, the process is ongoing. It is very important that people like you and others go to the EU and discuss to them. And one of the results was this amendment of the EU Parliament to say that we need specific regulation for smallholder. Because many EU people, if they think about a plantation, they think about 50, 100 hectare or bigger. And if you talk about a palm oil plantation, it might be 50,000 hectare in Indonesia for one plantation. So these things are still on the way. From my gut feeling, without being a specialist for agroforestry, I'm in the human rights debate. My aim would be that the farmer you mentioned, I have this, what did you say, 5?
15 acre has developed 5, left with 10.
My aim would be that a farmer working on 5 acres being 2 hectares, I'm always thinking in hectare because I grew up with hectare. If a farmer has such an area and he works there with good practices on cocoa and he has a vital, good functioning cocoa farm, he and his family labor would be eaten up by only working on 5 acres. And you should earn enough from this cocoa to stay with these 5 acres and to work there on a way that there is a living income and enough money to work on a way with, like I mentioned, with this cashew leaves and so on, to work on it with low inputs and a high productivity so that he does not need to go into the other area. Ideally, even, and that was part of the project I visited in the north, they were going into agroforestry because in Europe, companies soon or already have to pay for their CO2 emissions. If they protect forests, help to protect forests in Ghana, or if they help to set up agroforestry things, they can reduce their vertical CO2 emissions, and they should pay farmers for doing it. So it would be different business models, but my aim here would be that a farmer can live on these 4 acres and leave the rest alone, not only in the interest of some stupid German or European law, but also in the interest of the cocoa farmers here in Ghana, of rainfall, of all the microclimate here. If you cut down everything, you will end with nothing.
That is true, but to the farmer.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. The whole area. Okay, so that's interesting.
I didn't get this, sorry.
Okay, so we have a land. Sarah, do you have you also didn't hear? Okay, so sorry, there is a system in Ghana. So most of the cocoa farms that we have in Ghana are made by migrant farmers. So they migrate to an area, and because they need the land to farm, they go into an arrangement with the land owning people within the area, what we call the Abunu system. So if, for example, this 15 acres is given to you as a migrant farmer to develop into cocoa farm, and the argument he's making is, if I'm given 15 acres and I'm a migrant farmer, I need a land. And if I, from the explanation you are giving and the logic behind it is that, let me develop only 5 acres, leave the 10 acres. But at the end of the day, when it's about 4 or 5 years, they will come and split this into 2. And then the landowner will take 1 and the migrant farmer will take 1. So it is not an incentive for him as a migrant farmer to practice this HCV, HCS approach that they use in the oil palm sector, that when you have a land, you should leave some of those HCV, HCS areas and don't develop it and only develop proportion. And so that's the argument he's making, that it doesn't make economic sense to the migrant farmer who, interestingly, most of the cocoa farms are being run by migrant farmers. It doesn't make economic sense to him. So logically, when you're saying environmentally, everything wise, you are on point. But to the farmer on the ground, his ultimate aim is to be able to get enough cocoa beans to feed his family and his household. And the way to do that, especially with the price being as low as it is to get more beans. And you don't get more beans from 5 acres. You get a lot more beans from 15 than 5. So that's the argument that Thomas was making.
I understand the argument and I have no real answer on it, but it connects to the discussions we had in Kumasi. We need a much higher price. So why should a farmer not be able to live from the smaller plot? And the other thing is, if you do it everywhere here and cut down these 10 hectares, you will have no cocoa anymore in a couple of years, because it will accelerate climate change. In Germany, we have a system that farmers get paid. In Germany, we have a system that farmers get subsidies paid to, for example, to leave fields alone and to make flowers on it for biodiversity. It was something I was listening to here with your pollination. We have the same problem in Germany because we have too many monocultures and so many pesticides. So we have 80% of the insects are gone, and everybody is wondering why are the farms not flourishing anymore. And so now we have a subsidy to that farmers have to take out certain areas for 1 year out of production and really have to have flowers on it. So we need to think about new systems, and if we can protect these 10 acres.
No, I mean, I get your point, Friedel, and it makes, for some of us, it makes sense. In the long term, it makes a lot of economic sense in the long term. But for the farmer, they are looking at productivity. They're looking at what they can get in the immediate future and not the long-term issues. Probably we will be wrapping up very soon.
Maybe if we could advocate that private companies take that bed, where, let's say, as you've just illustrated, the other piece of land left, they could preserve these lands or these trees, and they pay the carbon credit thing. So once they don't touch it, the company should accept the fact that they will let the farmers keep these trees, and they will pay every year. That's the amount they are going to pay for farmers to keep these trees on these lands. And I think, yeah, this will also serve as another source of income.
A private sector person who is not even willing to pay the commensurate price for the commodity you are producing, how willing will they be to pay for your HCS or HCV area that you are living?
For this, I have an answer.
Oh, excellent.
Now, with the European laws we have now, companies, they have to pay for more and more areas. They have to pay for every ton of carbon dioxide they emission.
Okay.
So they have to pay. The only way to avoid payments is to prove that you offset them somewhere. So the question is, will the EU increase the payments strong enough so that it is cheaper for the companies to pay forest here than to reduce emissions in Germany? And this point will come. Many companies, they I know one company, they are now protecting a forest in Peru to offset what they are doing in Germany. It is stupid. They should reduce emissions in Germany. But we have a zero emission regulation in the EU till 2045. There are areas where you can reduce less plastic, less packages, packaging, and so on, and smaller cars, but many things you will have to offset. So that could be indeed a business model for the future.
That's interesting. So, I mean, I have been in the meetings that they talk about nature-based solutions and carbon markets and carbon credits, and yeah, maybe it's an area that can be developed moving forward. But for now, my grandmother and your grandmother, who is in the village, what they are interested in is how much am I getting, how much beans am I getting, and they are not. I mean, these things are secondary. They are more interested in cuts, farm, more beans means more money. And since we have not been able to quantify and commodify carbon enough in Ghana, and there isn't, we don't even have, and we were arguing about it a couple of months ago, we don't have a carbon credit, we don't have a carbon law that regulates the carbon and all that. It's still not enough incentive at where I stand for the farmer to say, I will leave all this area for carbon when I don't even know the value of it, and it has not been quantified yet within our local laws. So are there any further questions for Fidel? And if not, we will excuse him and you can have a plenary and then wrap up the meeting.
My own is not a question per se, but yes, I think it has to do with this EU regulation. When you look at it critically, it appears it is already, working in some way. Those of us doing certification, you realize that some of these polygons and coordinates that we are talking about here, they make use of them because we are always mandated to map all our farms 100%. This year, for example, just about a month ago, we had to take about 300 of our farmers from our system. Because when we finished with the mapping, we realized that they were in a protected area and we were forced to take them out. Because he's the one paying you. The one paying you says that I don't need these people in your system. They are farming in a protected area. I met one man, a very powerful man, an European, who told me that whatever platform that I get, I should let Cocoa Board know that EU is not joking with what they want to do. And if we think they are joking, they will ban our products from entering European markets if we don't comply with some of these regulations. And again, they are not here. So it is something that we have to take very seriously. We have seen it. Last 3 years, we took some members out. This year, we've been forced to take some members out. So it is already working in a way. Let's take note of it.
Thank you very much, Famazi. Are there any other questions? If there are not any other questions, we'll go to our program. Nana Kwesi, is Nana here? Can you please the discussions, how does he want to do it? I think following up from this presentation, we wanted to look at strategies to address challenges and opportunities that are available to us, and then also strategies to deal with the EU regulations. And then we'll wrap up the meeting. Wow, that was a lot of people outside having another set of meeting. Nana, the group conversation, how do you want to structure it? Is it still something you want to do?
What would have presented and just merge the two together. So I don't know if you can just do a plenary, then we'll be done with it because it will not be realistic.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. Thank you. So I think what we would do is to crystallize all the positions or the points that we have made and the conversations that we've been having, and then get those communicate team, the thematic areas within the communicate that we want to do, have a small conversations to agree on the issues that will go into the communique, and then we can wrap up. Does that look like a plan? Excellent. So maybe to help us do that, William was very kind enough. And William, I don't know if you are still online, but you did send me. He had worked on what Thomasy was presenting and put them into categories. So there are external factors, there are farm issues, community issues, the problems of the farmer that we want to communicate to the cocoa board. So there are some of them that they call external factors, and there are some that are farm-related factors, and there are some that are community-related. So I did see a lot of not enough schools and other things. Those are more like community issues. So I don't know how we want to group the issues. These are the suggestions that were made, suggestions so that we can move forward. Right now, my head is empty. So please, you can take over.
I don't know whether we want to just do a plenary. If there are any other issues, then we can use this one to grab the communique.
Okay.
So I don't think we still need to discuss the thing, but they can go for lunch. Then once they come, I think between now and when they go for lunch, we can then discuss.
Is lunch ready?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That is nice. Thank you, Nana Kwesi. When you don't know what to do and food is ready, you go and eat. So I'm told the food is ready. So we will go and have our ideally terminal lunch. But when we finish with lunch, by the time you are back, we're going to look at the issues, the thematic areas, and we'll just present to you, and then we'll wrap up. Then the team will go and work on the communique from there, so that we don't waste any more time. Please, the ladies who have the coupons, could you please share the coupons so that we can go for lunch? And then the facilitation team will stay back and categorize the issues that have come up, and then get the communique teams sorted so that by the time you are back from lunch, it would have been ready and presented to you for approval or brief discussions. Then we can wrap the day. We can have the closing remarks. Of course, we still have CEO here, and he's been here with us for 2 days, and he will give us his views from what he has picked from the 2 days. And then we'll also take some remarks from Fidel, what he has also made up of from the 2 days meeting, his closing observations and remarks, and then we can wrap up the meeting. So please, lunch is ready. It's at the restaurant. Please, the coupon. I know if you don't have a coupon, they will not allow you enter. Who has the coupons, please? Please come and share the coupons. I beg of you. If you start from here, that will be useful.
Why should this
Yeah, hello.
working?
Great. So Sarah has an observation she wants to make. Please, Sarah, this microphone is better.
Okay, why she distributes the coupon? So my observation is on the European Union regulation on deforestation. So what I actually think also as a European Union consumer is that this regulation was promoted by the European Union because there was pressure from consumers, but it's mostly a market measure. So it's just to regulate the market, but it doesn't regulate the root causes of deforestation that, as you discussed in today's, it's poverty and low income. So this regulation has a very punitive attitude towards farmers. The main strategy is to punish farmers more than companies for deforestation without understanding that the deforestation is caused by poverty. And this is the contrary of sustainability, because sustainability should tackle economic, social, and environmental issues together. So my concern is that the market will find the companies, when I say market means companies, its own way to avoid the regulation or any way to deal with it without suffering any major impact in terms of economic, while the farmers will suffer it. So what it's sure, however, is that change came because of consumers. So what I think is that a good strategy would be, yesterday we spoke about mobilization and go to the street and demonstrate, but we also raised the issue that is expensive. But what I think is what would work is the strategy of name and shame. So you should name the companies. And when we talk about a lot about company, well, we didn't mention a lot the name, and bring exact data and put shame on them. You know, like this can also be done on social network, on internet, so it doesn't require a lot of money to mobilize and move around the country. Because actually what companies care about is their reputation. Like, they don't care about laws of the European Union. Of course, they will find a way to deal with this. They have a lot of money to invest in everything they want to invest in, but they care a lot about reputation. That's why they answer to and that's why it was a partial answer to the European Union consumers' demands. So my suggestion, looking at the fact that, yeah, the push came from consumers, is really to name and shame the companies, because maybe it's difficult to work with COCOBOT because COCOBOT also answer to the market request. So the key entry point should be the market, maybe. That's my final.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. So Sarah has made interesting observations. So Sarah is recommending or suggesting that target of advocacy should be probably to the consumer market, because yes, I know that the concept of imported deforestation, when it began, was driven purely by the consumers and the consumer markets. That brought about all this conversation, the new Green Deal and all the conversations around it, that has brought us to this particular point. And so, yes, maybe one of the ways to go about it with respect to advocacy is to also take our case, especially the case of the farmer and the unfairness of the private sector to the farmer. We need to take that case to the consuming markets. And this time, when I say market, I don't mean the company, the people, the individuals within the EU. And then also name and shame. I think in the past, name and shame has worked for us in the forestry sector, when we used to produce list of companies that are in default, who are not paying their stamp page and all that. We used to do that, and it worked. People went to pay their money, and that was some of the things that civil society did in those days that got us seats at the table. So maybe we could also look to do same. I remember when Olam and Mars and others sought to circumvent the LID and go to the terminal market at that time to purchase cocoa instead of buying from the futures market to in an attempt to avoid the LID payment, we did make some statements in support of Cocoa Board, but I guess we need to be doing more. We need to look at which organizations are not really okay, great. Which organizations are not being very responsive with the living income conversation, and see how we name and shame. And of course, very importantly, companies care about their reputation. And that is why every year they spend a lot of money to organize the World Cocoa Foundation Partners Meeting to showcase what they have done, to pride themselves in their sustainability programs. So they do care about their reputation, and they do care about the tag of ethical sourcing. So that is also an approach that we could use. So thank you very much, Sarah, for those observations. And I guess moving forward, we will see how we incorporate these thoughts in our advocacy approaches. Having said that, I think lunch is now ready. And so we can go for lunch. And then when we are back from lunch, we will have gotten the categories, and then we will finish the day off after lunch. So please, lunch is at the restaurant. Thank you very much. Yes. It's 1:50, and so we can be here by 2:30 and wrap up and go. Yes, if we can be here by 2:30, then we'll wrap up the day and finish off the conference. Thank you very much.
And then change to a form. But get in trouble. Okay. So I'd rather if you just direct them to me, I can, detail pieces. But yeah, it should only be a month. Hey, great percentage. It's very engaging. On that last one.
I did not give me. Lunch was good. Yes, I saw people going for 2-3 rounds, so it was good. Yes, the Gary Futo was fine. People should try it more often. We are going to wrap up, just as we said before we left for lunch. But I need to acknowledge the presence of a very important dignitary. Where are the rest of the people? Alfred, can you help me? Can you go around and get people inside and get me Nana Kwesi, I beg of you. Yes. So just as we discussed before we left for lunch, what we're going to do is to prepare a communique or a meeting report. And out of the meeting report, we will have a briefing paper, which will capture the issues as we have discussed it. And then we will make them available to the Cocoa Board and other stakeholders within the space. But before we do that, we are privileged to have with us the Executive Secretary of the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative. Yesterday, Tevia was here in his place to tell us about what they are doing and their support for the living income conversation and all that. But today we are honored to have the boss himself joining us to listen to the conversations that we've had for the past 2 days. And so what we're going to do, since he is here, we will recap the issues we've discussed yesterday and today. And then we give him an opportunity to have a fair idea. Of course, we will submit a copy of the briefing paper to him and to the Cocoa Board and to all those stakeholders, but we will not allow this opportunity of him being here to go unutilized. So yes, give us 5 minutes. And Nana Kwesi is still not here because I need a presentation, the issues presentation that was done by the chairman. Yes, just to restate the challenges and the issues as identified by the farmers, because Mr. Alex is really, he needs to leave within the next 10-15 minutes, and we also need to be out of here within the next 20 minutes. So we need to box everything together. But whilst we wait for that presentation, I think I can begin to summarize, especially with the living income conversations that we've had. I think some of the most important points that were made is that, one, the issue of living income is a human rights issue, and that needs to be re-emphasized every opportunity that we get with the private sector, with government, with whoever, policymakers, that we cannot talk about deforestation, we cannot talk about human rights issues without talking about the issue of living income vis-a-vis cocoa pricing. And that cocoa pricing, as far as the conversation in the room has gone, is that it's one of the single most important issues within the cocoa space that we need to pay attention to. Again, some of the conclusions that we came to, both from Kumasi and here, is that the pricing of cocoa vis-a-vis, when you are talking about living income for farmers, it needs to align with the cost of production. So when you are engaging policymakers, when you are engaging the private sector, when we are talking about a setting of cocoa price, we need to ensure that we are setting the price, or we are discussing pricing in alignment with the cost of production of farmers. You cannot set a price which is below how much it costs for a farmer to produce a bag of cocoa. So if you are paying farmer X, and then the farmer spends X plus 2 to produce the cocoa, how does he account for the 2 that you are not paying for? So that is also some of the points that have been made. The IT guy, are you connecting? Excellent, thank you. Great. And I think on the issue of the EU regulation and the conversations around the EU HRDD, I think the consensus or the conversation that we also had around it is that yes, there are still some issues that needs to be addressed, issues of definitions. What is deforestation? What is degradation? How do you align that to producer country laws and in-country systems? For example, there was a question of admitted farms. In Ghana, the policy allows for admitted farms. In a forest reserve, although it is a protected area, when the forest reserve was being constituted, there might have been farms already, and those farms are mapped out and marked as admitted farms. So by law, you are allowed to produce cocoa from that area, even though it is in a protected area. But when you juxtapose that to the EU regulation, it raises issues of no deforestation, i.e., because it is in a forest area and obviously there are forests in it, you cannot convert that area to cocoa. If you do, your cocoa or your commodity will not make it into the EU market. How do we marry the two? How do producer countries' laws align with the EU due diligence regulation moving forward? And most importantly, what are the safeguard mechanisms in place for farmers who are most likely to lose out? For example, if an area, that just as we illustrated on the board, 15-acre as the farmland, not the farm. The farmland duly given to somebody by probably the father, the grandmother, is supposed to work on it. And per his effort, he only developed 5-acre farm out of the 15-acre land that was given to him. The remaining 10 acres are or is recognized as agricultural land, but there is forest on it. If he needs to convert that place to another farm, then he falls foul to the EU regulation. What are the safeguard mechanisms to incentivize him not to convert that 10 acres into a new farm? So these are some of the issues that we have discussed, which will make it into the communique and also make it into the meeting report, which we will seek answers from stakeholders as and when we get the opportunity to engage them. Great. So these are the issues. I will quickly go through the challenges and then the solutions that were presented by cocoa farmers from the meeting that we had in Kumasi, where it was purely cocoa farmers that met to discuss. So, of course, number one on the challenges is the low cocoa price, which farmers bemoan that because they are not being paid adequate and fair pricing, their standard of living is low and they are unable to manage their households. Then there is also access to inputs, the lack of access to inputs and financing. And we had a lot of interesting conversation in the room about access to financing. Hajia is not here, but Hajia gave us the perspective of women farmers, that even as we all complain as farmers, women farmers have a peculiar challenge accessing funds for their cocoa farm, and that we need to look at how we support women farmers to be able to access funding to be able to work on their farms. And we also spoke about the aging cocoa farmers as a challenge within the cocoa space. The USAID report says the average cocoa farmer is around 55 or 50 years in Ghana, probably even older than that. And that we have relatively a very old cocoa farming community. What are the mechanisms in place to incentivize the youth? Right now, the pricing is not an incentive, and access to land is a challenge. Again, even the lands that are already available, we are now learning that is being given to the illegal miners, galamseyers. How are we resolving all those issues? So these are some of the problems. Again, the problem of inadequate agrochemicals supply, and for more especially this year, it became a major problem, access to fertilizer. And I gave an example of a community I visited. They were given 2 bottles, a whole cooperative with over 40, 50 members were given 2 bottles of insecticide. How are they going to share? They need to just put it there and go to the market and buy probably what might be an unapproved chemical to go and spray their cocoa farm. And the implication of it is that if you are not careful, there are certain chemical content that will go into the beans, and the quality control division will also begin to say that there are certain chemicals in the beans, and it also reduces your access to certain funds, premium and other things. Then we also bemoaned the galamsey problem that is happening within our cocoa growing communities as a challenge facing the sector, where the pollution is leading to some farmers having to carry water at their back to walk miles to their farm to be able to mix their chemicals to even spray their farms, because the water on their farms has become unusable because of illegal mining and destruction caused by these galamseyers. Of course, the competing use of land. And I didn't want to, during the conversation, we didn't go there, but we have one of the most, please God forgive me, I don't use a word, that is not good. One of the most archaic mining laws in Ghana, that it gives the minister the authority to put any land, and the key word is any land, even your home where you stay. If the gold or a mineral is found under your house, the Minerals and Mining Act, even the amended one, gives that minister the authority to put that land and the mining for mining. All that the person, the concessionaire needs to do is to come and engage with you and pay compensation to you. So that is a problem. And that is not even illegal mining. That is proper real mining. The minister has the authority to put any land in Ghana under for mining. And that is a problem. And I saw that in the forestry sector, where just as it's happening in mining, even your cocoa farms, the trees in your cocoa farm will be given to a concessionaire. And by the time you come back home, your trees and your cocoa farms are down. And so that is a problem that is emerging within the cocoa space. How do we resolve that? Climate change, we don't need to talk about that. We are all witnessing it this year. And Chairman mentioned it. The time, and he told me, I remember we had that conversation, their fruits were really, their trees were bearing fruits. And so we're happy that we're going to have a very good season. And all of a sudden, at the time that September, I started in, I think August, September, October, that the rain was supposed to go down for the sun to come for them to dry their beans. It kept raining. And then the black pot disease started attacking their farms. And even those who had harvested, they couldn't dry their beans. So that is a problem. How do we resolve it? Lack of transparency and accountability is also a problem. I believe on pricing, how the prices are set. The PPRC, the producer price, the regulation review committee, the composition of it, and how Cocoa Board comes up with setting of FOB price and all that is so not transparent. And so we need that clarity in that space. And delay in disbursement of seed funds. Cocoa Board should make those seed funds available to the LBCs. We know they go for syndicated loan every year. What happens to the loan? I think this afternoon somebody was asking me, what happens to the loan? That is why we needed the Cocoa Board to be here to tell us how that loan is utilized, because right now, LBCs are complaining they don't have access to funds to buy cocoa beans. So you take your beans to the LBC or to the purchasing clerk, and they write your name down and they say, go. When money comes, you come for it, because they don't have money to pay. What is the government doing about it? Weighing scale adjustment fraud, I don't need to talk about that. It's been in existence for years. Even with the electronic scale, it's still happening. Lack of infrastructure. This goes into the conversation around human rights, child labor, if the infrastructure in our rural communities were well developed, the kids will feel more comfortable going to school. Sometimes it's not true, it's true no fault of the parents, but the children just don't want to walk 10 miles to the next village to go to school because there's no school in their village. So they rather go to the farm with their parents. And so these are real issues that are out there. Inadequate extension officers, that is also a problem that was identified. So I guess those were the problems that the farmers identified and shared with us, in addition to the conversations that we have had. And I think another very important point I will make before we give the opportunity to Alex to probably give us a word or two is the research from Oxfam that showed that the linkage between sustainability program and the living income of farmers, it's not there. There is no linkage. There is a lot of argument that is made by the multinational companies that they are pushing money into sustainability programs, which should be bettering the lives of the farmers. But the research done by Oxfam showed that there is no correlation between those sustainability programs, how they are being implemented, and the prices or the living standard of those farmers. And so we need to take a second look at these so-called sustainability programs and rather probably invest those monies into paying farmers a more fair price than investing millions of dollars into sustainability programs that do not make any meaningful impact in their lives. So basically, those are some of the takeaway points from these 2 days a meeting that we've been having. And so I will give the opportunity to Alex to reflect on some of these issues that we have presented. And I know yesterday Teria was here, and I'm sure she might have come back to you with some of the conversations and all that. So please help me welcome Alex. Those who do not know him, he is the executive secretary of the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, a joint initiative between the governments of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire on cocoa pricing and other issues within the cocoa space. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. If we can put the previous slide, the one before. Okay. Well, this one. So thank you very much, everyone. So I couldn't be here yesterday. I was in Germany. I just came yesterday night. I had an event at the parliament in Germany. It was a great opportunity to share the state of play in cocoa. So thank you for meeting here, and also what I heard is spot on. The word here, how can farmer contribute? It's very important because we as government, we are here and we represent the voice of the country, of everyone. But sometimes when the farmer itself or the civil society are telling the story, this is even better heard than us, government. And I want to say that because it was very interesting. I had few meetings past days, and every time, even when people say, wow, you guys are doing the right fight, it's important, it's good. But the next question is, wow, what's about the farmer, right? So that means that this is at some point, the level of discussion need also farmer voicing the view. But farmer alone need also support. And this is why the civil society is also important to help them building the message. So from my side, some of you have seen where we are today. One of the very first time the two countries together have decided not to attend one of very important meeting of the industry 2 weeks ago. And this is not just Cocoa Board and Conseil Café Cacao, that is Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, meaning that even ministers invited were canceling the trip because there was a clear support for the position we had, which is enough is enough. We cannot go and sit together and talk about partnership when we see that price for cocoa is probably the only element in that whole inflation world that is not increasing, but instead is going down. Today, as we speak, chocolate companies have increased the prices for chocolate to the consumer by between 6 and 8%, which is few billion of dollars. But in the meantime, price of cocoa has continued to go down. Even the quality premium that is associated to your country, Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire, or any countries, is also going down. So we ask some of the chocolate company, why? We asked other company, why is it like this? And they said, no, but because sugar and milk price has increased. And I said, oh, but and cocoa, then no one can answer. So it's always interesting because you will see that sugar and milk is producing in Europe. So they will not make the farmers suffer. So that's why we government, this is our battle. And we have informed the companies, if the situation continue, the market being played against us, we understand trade is trade. But what we are not going to accept is that company will come and say they do sustainability program. Because then, if you do sustainability program, the 3 pillars need to be part of your program. So if one pillar, which is the economic, is being played against, then you are not doing sustainability. We'll accept if you come and you say, well, we do deforestation program, reforestation program, child labor training, or whatever, that's okay. But sustainability, we are not going to accept. And I think I want to tell that everyone understand, we are not against sustainability. But what you are telling is any claim on sustainability while the company is associated to discounting the country premium of the country or discounting or removing the LID and play the markets against us, they will see what's going to happen to them. So that's what we are saying. So I wanted to clarify that because often people are overplaying what you are saying. What you are saying is false claim. If I give an example, Mondelez said, I'm doing sustainability, and Mondelez is associated to building price that are not helping us achieving where we are, it's a problem. Ghana alone has to subsidize price for cocoa last year by 300 million. Why? Because price of cocoa is maintained all the year. But the fluctuation and volatility, what everyone don't know is that no one consider that. But when price goes down, and Ghana have fixed the price here, the gap they have to maintain because they have a credit. And they take a credit for $2,600 export price. So if the price is $2,100, it's $400, $500 that Ghana have to subsidize when they reimburse the credit. And the time where the currency has dropped. So that means that when you take money last year, 1 year after, you have to pay double. And on top of that, you have to pay the gap. This is a collapse. That's the things that we need to understand. It's a collapse for the country. So increasing price become a nightmare. We are all observed here how 1st of October, we couldn't announce price of cocoa. That's because there were heavy discussion. So I won't go too much into this, but I think it's important we understand. So I wanted to commend and say congratulations for the civil society for supporting our effort to fight against manipulation on price down. This is a common battle, which requires us government to continue getting closer to the civil society. That's why I came yesterday night, midnight, and I said, no, I will come here to talk and to also share that even if Cocoa Board is not here today, then at least I represent the two countries. So COCOBOD is here. So don't say that COCOBOD was not here, and we'll continue. Yeah. So I want to say thank you. I can talk for hours about the market, about everything. But what you need to know is just a start. And the time ahead is becoming difficult. But we need to stand our position. We need to bring the farmer to the position. We even need to start getting farmer telling the stories. We need to bring this to the medias. When journalists are calling you or me, we need to say, well, you have to go and talk to the farmer. Unfortunately, what we don't want is the farmer will say, oh, COCOBOD is not paying the right price. That's why we need to educate. We need to help them understanding what are the burdens. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but if we could have tripled the price. Even in Cote d'Ivoire, when the price discussion were discussed, the president of Cote d'Ivoire have asked the CCC, but why are we not giving 1,000 CFA? Then the CCC have made the calculation. They say, if we give 1,000, this is what it means as subsidy for the government, because the price that normally we should have given will have been 700 CFA. And we can go to 900 because of the LID. But even that, we are taking on us. So if we go a bit higher, then President, you have to just tell us, and then we take from the money savings that you have in your pocket. So that's how it is. So increasing price is not an easy game. Even if Ghana is selling dollar, I give you element that shows that really stuff. Doesn't explain everything, but still showing that any decision will have massive impact on many other areas. So again, great summary, great output. I think you are doing the right thing. You are doing the right fight. Continue to put pressure on us, government. It's needed because, you know, if we don't have pressure, sometimes we feel everything comfortable. So yes, do it. Continue. But also, you need to understand that we have a common battle. Let's enter into this battle together because your voice will complement our voice. But if you have no voice, then our voice will mean nothing because people will think we are taking money of farmer. One last point. Recently, or maybe some of you were there, in Rome, there were a trader industry meeting, Cocoa. One person on podium in a panel could stand up and say, we are taking countries and we are taking 30% of the money that is supposed to go to farmer. 30%. But I was shocked. Luckily, I was in the room. I have to stand up and I said, they should stop talking bullshit. They should stop. Because when we say we are giving 70% minimum to farmer, then they take that mean we take 30%. I say, but what is it 30%? Do you think that when cocoa is produced from the day it's out, so the cocoa will fly to your factory chocolate company? There is transport. There is many other things. Even fertilizer, that price have quadrupled. All these things are there. Doesn't mean that it's going into anyone's pocket. But indeed, there is transparency. We need to communicate more. We need to communicate why the price is like this, why this is coming up. And then if someone is not happy, we are explaining. We need to have a platform where we explain everything so that everyone is comfortable. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you again for listening to me. And I thank you again, Obed, and the team here. Everyone, I think it's a long journey. And I think you have a guest, Friedel, who is also here. You also need to understand we have launched a process to explore price mechanism in which I've made everything to have at least one representative of civil society. So Friedel will be part of it, but also I'm committed to get closer to you. So anytime we advance and we have a recommendation, if needed, we are going to share with you what is coming up, what are the things, because this is a purely trading conversation. And I didn't want to bring it as a political conversation. So I wanted to make sure that the group becomes small and exploring and sharing outcome anytime as possible. So Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire are together. So we can trust that we are going to build the right fight and we'll continue to push for the best for farmer. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't know if probably just one or two questions. If you have follow-up question for him, we'll take one or two. If not, just one or two. Okay, so Nanea and Alfred.
Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you for that quick presentation. So this is something that I want to find out. We've not really heard anything from Cocoa Board on their stand towards the EU regulations. I don't know if you know anything that you can update us on. Their stand towards the EU regulations, Cocoa Board.
So the EU regulation, I'm not sure this is about Ghana, Cocoa Board stand. This is a Ghana conversation because it's not just cocoa. You have 5 commodities that are affected, including wood, timber, sorry, right? Timber, palm oil, rubber, and many others. And from a Cocoa Board perspective, so far I'm aware, there are some analysis, there are discussion with European Union. We have been even involved, myself, I've been traveling with the 2 presidents to Brussels. One thing we have been sharing, and we are all aligned, is that the regulation as it is, we need to be careful that it doesn't create more poverty and doesn't create a T2 market, because AU is not absorbing all the cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. So that means that if they limit, the cocoa will go elsewhere. And if it's not going elsewhere, at least what they want to stop, let's say deforestation and other, will continue as long as they are creating the T2 market. And secondly, the price element has not appeared properly in that regulation. So even yesterday, I could get support from the majority in Germany of parliament that this element they are going to push in support of the European Parliament that have proposed remuneration into the text for deforestation and due diligence, which is being pushed back by the state. So if Parliament and other countries are supporting, yes, and this is why civil society need to continue loud mentioning why this is needed, because if there is no element on remunerations or fair price, then we will continue the system business as usual while everyone is looking for sustainability. So Cocoa Board is in this position. We are in this position. A lot of work on traceability ongoing. A lot of work still need to happen to ensure that the mapping are fully updated so that Ghana and or Cote d'Ivoire will not be listed as high risk that will affect the purchase and the export of our cocoa. So it's a serious problem that goes beyond only Cocoa Board. It's coming at the top government level. So yes, there is that the position so far I'm aware, which we are pushing.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Executive Secretary. And Alfred took my question from my mouth on pricing, but I'm still following up with other 2 that I have. On pricing, I wanted to find out from you. This is one of the key problems the farmers are crying about. And we are fortunate to have you here, and you are assuring the farmers here that you are Cocoa Board. They should be rest assured that these issues will be looked at and you send it to them. But why would the discussions continue going on, and Cocoa Board needs to be here themselves to appreciate the situation themselves, and they are not here? Don't you think, even though, yes, we agree you are Cocoa Board, they should have been here themselves as well to appreciate the concerns of these farmers? Secondly, on the issue of pricing, what is the position of Ghana? I don't want to talk about Ivory Coast. I just want to, what has been a discussion within the Cocoa Board terrain? How soon would this issue be resolved? Because this is something we've been talking about for, let's say, a year or 2 now. And some of the farmers are losing hope and giving out their farms to other activities like mining. You are very privileged to be close to power. How soon should we expect some feedback from Cocoa Board?
So thank you very much. So first of all, as I said, I'm not saying I'm here as Cocoa Board. Yeah. So I'm a representative, right? So meaning that at least you have someone who can have the heart. And indeed, if you want a deep dive on price and Cocoa Board, etc., I will say that I don't have the mandate to talk on behalf of Cocoa Board. However, you know, you said since 1 year something and price need to be solved. And this is why I said earlier, we need to look a little bit on the mechanism. It's unfortunate that after so many years, I'm talking about few years, 40, 45, more than that, the cocoa system has been as it is. So the question is, we as country, so Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire, what's our reflection on how do we change and how cocoa, what cocoa represent for us? Because we don't eat chocolate. So something we don't eat and we produce for someone, we have to accept that we are in a situation that is difficult. So Cocoa Board depends on the price that the market want to give. And this is from there, they give the farmer price. So recently, even I spoke with a high level here in Ghana. He said, no, you need to change, you need to make the price going high. But how do I do that? How do I do someone paying more? If, as we said today, we need to now build a different mindset. So the consumer say he wants traceable, he wants to know where the cocoa is coming. Okay, so that's opportunity. They said they want zero deforestation. Okay, but if we do it, it has to be better paid, right? So that's the only option we have. Otherwise, if it's as it is, where everyone can go and grab cocoa everywhere and then sell, there's not much Cocoa Board will do. There's not much we are going to do. So that's why we are putting a lot of energy on the traceability, on the rules to make sure that we can deliver on top of quality, a transparent cocoa that no one will have to say it's child labor, it's deforestation, etc. Because then when we say this costs more, they have no choice. So that's the vision. And that's what we are doing. And this is how we are going to get a better price. Because the trade, we are not even sitting in all of these institutions that are buying. And the people who are buying cocoa are not even seeing any cocoa in the whole life. So we have to accept that we have to do differently. And I think from a Cocoa Board perspective, there is a lot of work, reflections, so how to ensure that they're looking at the longer term. And I wish, and I said to Obed, we will look at how do we ensure that next time we build a model where we can bring Cocoa Board here. And I will jointly work with Obed to build that process because I think it's important. There are some of the questions, even if I can answer, I will not, because I don't feel that I haven't said to anyone from Cocoa Board, I'm coming here. I just said, well, I'm going to join the civil society and I have the right to do it because you guys need to see that we are supporting you. But I cannot start making statements on behalf of Cocoa Board. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, let me guess, while thanking you, if you acknowledge what you're saying, I guess what the sentiment you see here is a frustration.
Yes, I see.
But I think that you have a bilateral platform.
Yes.
You are the executive secretary for the Ghana Cocoa, Ivorian Ghanaian Cocoa Initiative. And that gives you a platform to begin to, as you said, to seek reform or to promote reform in the sector. One of which is about, in our case, we invited Ghana Cocoa Board here just to come and listen to what we've done, and they refuse. So I guess the appeal we are making to you is to convey that sentiment to Cocoa Board.
Yes.
To see us as a partner.
And great.
Yes, as I said to you, there has to be, and there will always be critical areas of disagreement. And I think that's healthy in the kind of relationship. But there's a lot that we can do if we collaborate. I mean, like the challenges you just experienced about what you experienced about the pricing. So that's what is the priority
We had a meeting in Kumasi just with farmers, and that's their number one priority. But a lot of misunderstanding, or they don't have sufficient information. If Cocoa Bowl was engaging with this platform and directly with farmers, some of those, I'm not saying that farmers will always agree, but there will be some understanding, there will be ways that we will work together. But to refuse to come and participate in the discussion simply because you expect that there will be critical comments, you know. So I guess what we are saying to you is just take our message to them and make that as part of your agenda.
Yes.
Let the Ghana Ivorian Cocoa Initiative not just look at pricing, but also look at relationship within the sector. That would be good. But I want to thank you very much for coming and for sharing with others the insights you've given.
Thank you.
It encourages us who are trying to organize the different actors, non-state actors in the cocoa sector to support the very good work that you're trying to do. If we're not organized to confront the multinationals, you know, just like what you are saying, they are devaluing our brand, you know, and that does not just affect government, it affects the ordinary cocoa producers. But we need to have all hands on board. And I think that Cocoa Bowl can do better. But you have the opportunity to help us get that partnership built. I guess that's what most of my colleagues are trying to address.
Yes. No, thank you very much. And I think exactly that. And this is why I said, for the next meeting, I'm standing here, I will make sure that you will have a Cocoa Board senior person, not a Cocoa Board person, but a senior Cocoa Board person standing here and speak. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Asanvo, for being here and for listening to us.
Okay. So we are running. Yeah,
please. Yeah, I know you have it. Yeah, thank you very much. He needs to run into another meeting, and we appreciate your presence here. Now I guess good. So you see, when the big men come, you can't let them just go like that. We need to take a group picture. So we are taking a group picture, then we can wrap it up. And then CEO can give the closing remarks, then we can wrap it up.
This is what we all put on our different Facebook and on our website to show that the Ghana scientific platform and but it's working very positive. And with yeah. Yes.
Let the farmers,
Okay, please, everyone. Some of us are disadvantaged. So please, those of us can go ahead and go back and not show.
We are very enthusiastic. Alex is here with us. It is a collaboration between the Ghana and the United States. Yeah.
On the bigger one, yeah, you press on the bigger one in the front. The bigger one in the front.
Ghana. Ghana.
Great. So we are wrapping up. CEO, you will wrap up for us. Yes, CEO will just give us the final word, and then maybe before CEO comes. Yes, so CEO and Fidel. Okay, so just before CEO and Fidel give their final remarks, the way forward is that we are going to put together the meeting reports and a communique from this meeting, and we'll make it available to you via your emails. And those who wanted presentations, we will also make them available to you via the email. So if you did not leave your email address, I'm sorry, you might not get the presentations. Please leave your email. And when you are filling the attendance sheet, write your correct email and write it clearly so that we see, so that we can email it to you. Having said that, I'll give the platform to Fidel first, then the CEO will wrap up for us. Yes. So Fidel will give us the closing remarks, what he observed and all that, and CEO will wrap up.
I will try to make it very short because it's already very late. First of all, I really enjoyed it to be here and to have these discussions. And that started already in Kumasi with all the farmer and farmer organization, which gave us a deep dive into the problems. I mean, these who were not there, you saw what was written here. And yes, the first thing mentioned by everybody there was price. And we are discussing about price here since 2 days also, again and again, with all the other things around it. And it was very interesting for me to hear it. And it inspired me when I come back to Germany to force companies to talk about price. We have the upcoming Christmas season with all these chocolate Christmas men, which are so popular in Germany and so expensive and made from chocolate. And I already decided to make a press statement next week with a question Alex Asanvo raised. Why is the price for sugar increasing? Why is the price for milk increasing? And why is the price for cocoa decreasing? And so thank you very much for these inspiring days and all these discussions. I will not summarize results again because that we had already. And I hope you all have a safe way home. Thank you.
I think the first thing I want to say is to ask all of us to please give Adam a very, very big clap for facilitating. He's a wonderful facilitator. He's so knowledgeable about the cocoa sector. So we are very grateful to have him as a resource person, as a person who can help us to think through the issues and so on. Then I also want to thank all of those who made presentation. Unfortunately, I don't have all the names, but I want to thank all of you who have educated all of us here. This is a platform and it's as rich as each of us is willing to make a contribution. By sharing our experiences and bringing it to bear on the platform, that is what will make the platform to be rich. So all of you, even though I'm not mentioning names, I want to acknowledge you for being such a resource person, resource organization. So let me ask you to give all of those who made presentation a very big clap. Thank you to the Secretariat, and all of those who have supported me to make sure that I have this wonderful meeting and bringing all of us together and so on. So let us give them very, very, very big clap. Of course, we have to thank the organization has been very important to us. Not only did he come here and inspire all of it, I learned a lot from him. I think all kinds of questions. I got educated by me, and I'm sure that his presentation here on the human rights and the due diligence laws and things that the EU is working on has given us a lot of thought and generated a lot of skills. And of course, the resources that we made it possible for us to have those farmers all by themselves in command to reflect on the issue, and then for us to kind of have 2 days of meeting. So Peter, we thank you very much for coming, and we know that this partnership between yourself and your organization and the platform will continue. We're very happy to hear that you already have an action point there, and you are going to issue a press statement tomorrow. So that is the thing. How do we be from there inspired? How do we take this conversation into the world? You take this to the German market to begin to educate. How do we take our advocacy to the Cocoa Board, to the Canadian government, to all the different structures that affect the farmers? So I hope that as each of us return to our different organizations, we have an action point. So that I share with us this action point. I hope each of us will do the same thing so that the discussions, the good discussions that we have here will not just be so we translate into some of the things that we want from better side to all. So on that note, I wish all of you safe out back to your families and back to your work. And I want to send it back to Obed. Yeah? So thank you very much, Obed.
Thank you very much. See you. It's so inspirational that you was with us from day one up to the close of today. And we thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. So then I have said the way forward is that we are going to put the meeting report together, and then out of the meeting report, we will also issue the communique, and we will share drafts before we publish for you to read through and make your inputs before we share. And the sharing, basically, we will give media. We will also take physical copies to the relevant authorities, i.e. Cocoa Board, the Alex and his team, and all the other relevant stakeholders that we need to engage. And just as CEO said, is the beginning of the advocacy. Some of the issues that came up is going to form the bedrock of our advocacy going into the next year. So on that note, we thank you very much for being here, and that brings us to a close. Probably, just as we always do, closing prayer. I will say the closing prayer myself. Heavenly Father, we thank you for such a successful 2 days event. We pray for traveling mercies for those going outside Accra. Those traveling within Accra, we also pray for traveling mercies. We pray that let us get to our homes, and tomorrow morning when we wake up and we hear Peace FM give their announcement, we'll say thank you for what you have done for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Yeah, we're